All right, so let's start off in the Iron game. So in Iron, you just want to play good old TFT. Nothing too crazy going on there. If you are new to the game, you need to master the basics first. I went over a beginner guide at the beginning of the set, and I'll probably continue doing that at the start of each and every set, but I wouldn't pay too much attention to like what team comps you're running. Just look at what units you're getting in your shop. If they're the same as other stuff, buy them, upgrade them. Obviously, team comps are good to know. Like, I definitely do recommend doing that. But in terms of knowing when to go what or like how to go what, just go to any website. Doesn't have to be mine, but I do recommend bunnymuffins.lol/meta. I update this pretty much whenever it needs updating. So it could be every day, it could be once a week. It just depends on whether big stuff is happening. But once you decide on a team comp, there's this great tool called the Team Planner, which we'll show later in the video, where you could just input all the units that you want to be playing that game, and it'll just highlight them in your shop, which makes it really easy. So one thing they already do is in the shop down here, you see like Zach and Garen were glowing kind of. It's because you already own that unit. So it's pretty nice because it tells you what you need to play what you need to buy, and it makes the game a lot easier. But this is the team planner I'm talking about here. I'm going to be adding what I found on my website, and we are going to be playing a Caitlyn and Jace comp because we got Caitlyn and Jace early on. So Caitlyn and Jace are both 3-cost units, so you want to do a 3-cost reroll leveling pattern. You don't have to be too strict with it at this point in time, but it is pretty nice to pay attention to. Essentially, what you want to do is wait till level 7 and roll all your gold at that level. So here we get a couple of interesting augment choices. Since we're going to be going 7 Battle Academia, I'm going to just take Battle Academia Crest. You easily could take Heroic Grab Bag. Even Preparation is good for reroll comps, so those are definitely viable options there. But we are on a portal called Loot Subscription, which means we get a lot of loot. A lot of loot is pretty good, right? But yeah, I'm just going to use the Battle Academia emblem, get an extra Battle Academia unit that's not, and get 3 active right away, which is pretty early. So also going to use a power-up on Jace. Any of the stacking ones are good, like 100 push-ups is good, over 9,000 is good. There are a couple of other ones that I forgot the names of. There's one where you want him to die a lot of times, and then once he dies 8 times, he gets a bonus. I think it's called Not Done Yet. Those are all very, very good things to have on Jace because he is a champion that just needs to scale through the game. Like, you're not expected to win every single round in TFT. I think that's one very important thing to know. I feel like one beginner trap is trying to win every round, which I'm not saying it's impossible. It definitely does happen from time to time, but it's not something that you need to happen to win the game or like must happen. So definitely you want to plan out your turns in advance if you can. So like sometimes it does involve winning a lot of the early game, but sometimes it involves winning a lot about the later parts of the game. So that's what we're going to focus on. We're going to be focused on maybe like mid to late game. That's where this team comp really shines. So around like stage 5, this comp's really, really strong. Once you get 3-star Jace and Caitlyn, it's just, wow, so much power in this team. Happens a lot with comps like 3-cost reroll because you just need to hit them 3-star because there's a huge difference between 2-star and 3-star. It's kind of like when you're playing poker. A pair is pretty good, right? And you get that pretty often. But if you get a 3 of a kind, like, wow, it beats a lot more stuff, right? You get a 4 of a kind, like, holy cow, you're beating most of the hands in the game, right? Many different other analogies that you could use for other games, but essentially, like, the deeper you go into something, it's like it's pretty useless until you get to the next level, but once you do, it's just like, wow, you just get to the next tier of power, and it's very, very, very strong. So this comp with the Caitlyn and Jace reroll, we want to be running 7 Battle Academia. We already put them in the team planner, but as you see in the shop down there, every Battle Academia unit that shows up is highlighted, so we just get very easy access to these units, which is pretty nice. But all you have to do in the early game when you play reroll is pretty much don't spend gold. Like, when you play reroll, you don't need to win streak unless you're playing a very specific type of them. For example, when you play Kaisa, you want to not necessarily win streak, but you do want to win some rounds because she needs to get kills in order to stack her passive. But when you're playing something like Jace Caitlyn, you don't need to win early. So whether we win or lose, we don't really care. Actually, we kind of prefer to lose by 1 unit every round in order to maximize the lose streak bonus, but not too important, you know? Like, I mean, it is ideal, but what's ideal doesn't happen all the time. But here, We don't need to build any items yet. We just have the belt from the neutral round. So as we go into carousel, we should be, we won 2 rounds, lost 1. So we might be one of the later picks. We want to get a lot of swords in this comp. Every team composition, they prioritize certain items. And because of that, you need to get as many of them as possible, depending on the team comp. And this comp loves swords because Jace could use like 2 swords. Caitlyn can use at least 2. So that's 4 swords that you need when you play this. And it's more important than getting like the Jace on the carousel, as you see here. Jace would give us a 2-star, but you need the sword. Even like the glove on Caitlyn, that's really good too because you need eventually at least 1 glove, if not 2. But swords are just that important. So even though they had champions that we really wanted, when you go onto the carousel, you want to prioritize item components over champions, unless the champions are absolutely critical to your team. And don't get me wrong, like Caitlyn and Jace are pretty important, but getting a finished item is much more valuable, especially since we have this lesser duplicator, champion duplicator on our bench on the left-hand side. It allows us to copy an extra unit. You could even argue that we should use it right now. If I was playing on my main account, I might use it 2 turns ago when I got the second Jace, or like maybe just right now because I built an item for him, and just use that to win streak the early game. That's a more advanced topic, so I'm not going to do it this time around because we are like on an iron game, right? I'm not going to go ahead and just bully iron players for no reason. But if you're like playing for serious at higher levels, like yeah, you probably would use the lesser duplicator here and use that to snowball the game. I think since we are playing weaker players, we might just end up win streaking anyways. If you want to be greedy, you could save the duplicator to use it to get your last copy of Jace in order to get him to 3-star. But again, snowballing is a very important part of TFT, and sometimes you don't even need to play endgame team comps to top 4. Sometimes just playing very solidly in stage 2 and 3 and early parts of stage 4 is good enough to guarantee you a top 4 placement. And why is top 4 placement important? It's going to be important because it guarantees you positive LP gains, and that's really all you need at the end of the day. So I'm going to try something a little bit different with this comp. I'm going to play around with Rammus. Rammus got changed in the recent patch, so I'm going to experiment a little bit. You don't need to stack Rammus anymore, but I'm thinking this team has a lot of damage dealers. They have Jace and Caitlyn dealing a ton of damage, so maybe adding in like a tank unit would be pretty fun to do. So that's why I decided to play with Rammus. It could also be changed into maybe Smolder or Kog'Maw if I need some certain utility, but tanks are tanks. Like if you have a bunch of damage dealers, balancing it out with some tanks seems like a pretty good idea, especially since we have this Battle Academia emblem. Whenever you have an emblem, it saves you a unit slot on your team, like no matter what comp you're playing, because you don't need to run as many of a unit for that trait, so you could get rid of one of the jokers on your team. For example, in 7 Battle Academia, you run Garen, Leona, 2 Bastions in frontline, probably want to keep both of those. You run Yuumi and Ezreal, they're both prodigies, probably want to keep both of those. And our core of our team are Jace and Caitlyn. So that's already 6 units that we need, and we want to reach 7 Battle Academia. So that leaves Rakan and Katarina as the 2 odd people out. So because we have the crest, we don't need to run like Rakan later on, so we save ourselves a unit slot. That means we could play one of these extra random units such as like Rammus, maybe go Zyra, maybe add in a sniper. Lots of different things we could do because like Vera's sniper with Caitlyn, probably pretty powerful because it gives her some damage amp, which is definitely nice. Yeah, like when you have a unit that deals damage, who knew that damage amplification would be a good stat, right? Like of course it is. But okay, let's see what we get off this little thing. We get an item anvil. Let's see what we get from that. Definitely want to get more items for Caitlyn and Jace right now. So Shojin's good and Last Whisper, both are good. I think Shojin's a little more critical, so I think we're going to end up going with that. But if you pick Last Whisper, no harm, no foul. That's also a very solid item for her. So Salvager's pretty interesting. We could use that to deconstruct some items. Maybe there's something more advanced I could have done by using that Salvager on one of the item components that we had, but I wasn't thinking too deeply, I'm going to be honest with you. But if you see like a play, let me know down in the comments below, and also timestamp your questions because it's pretty important because it's going to be a very long 3-hour video. So yeah, timestamps help me out a ton so I know exactly which moment you're talking about. But yeah, like there might have been something cool we could have cooked up. Maybe there's like if there's like a Giant Slayer, for example, there, we could have used that to build like Last Whisper No, sorry, Titan's Resolve with the bow and the chain vest, and also an Infinity Edge with the sword and the glove. That would kind of be pretty cool. But here we get cloning facility. Probably don't want that in this build. Best friends, probably no. All that shimmers, you could go collector. If we had an Infinity Edge, I would take that, but since we do not, I don't think it's that worth it. So I think I'm just going to go with Tesla Coil. We're going to be getting a bunch of items this game because we do have loot subscription that already dropped us an item. We also have Battle Academia Crest, which is another extra item. So we have 2 extra items right now, which makes Tesla Coil a little bit better. They did nerf this augment recently, but wow, Jace 2. Okay, this is going to be an easy game. I wish I got this type of RNG when I play on my main account. Doesn't happen all the time, but in this case, it definitely did. Now, one thing to always remember is to use your augments. A lot of times people forget to use their augments. I've seen like challenger players forget to use their augments. Obviously it happens less there, but here we have Tesla Coil, so we need 3 items on someone. So one way to do that is to put the item component, the glove, onto the Kabuko. That way he's able to hold 3 things, so that's pretty nice. We get the Tesla Coil. You see that little lightning coming out there? That is the effect going off. Now you might be wondering why I am positioning in a certain way, so I'm just copying the positioning off of my website, but essentially when you play Caitlyn, you want to line your team up on the left and right side. The reason why you do this is because the frontliners split apart. It's called the Moses positioning, and then because of that, there's a lane Caitlyn can use to snipe the opposite corner, and she does a lot of damage when she does that because she's able to target most people's carries, and if you have the sniper buff active, you get bonus damage amplification. We don't have it up right now, but later on in the game, you could get it if you play something like Varus or Jinx or Jhin. But yeah, here we're just kind of chilling. We need to get to level 7, and we're going to be doing a lot of our rolling there. I mentioned this before already, but the Jace 2-star, normally you don't have this, so we did get a little lucky this game, but we easily could have used a champion duplicator that we have on our bench to get the same effect, which again, I recommend it if I was playing for serious. I probably would have used it sometime during stage 2 because it's just that powerful to win all these rounds. But being a little greedy because I am playing on a Smurf, just kind of relaxing, using things for fun and not really trying super try hard, right? Because like obviously if you are playing something almost every day, like you're going to be beating people who don't play every day with your eyes closed pretty much, right? Like if you are a professional soccer player or a football player and you play someone else who maybe only plays it once a year, yeah, you're going to beat them with 1 foot or something like that, right? All right, so on this carousel, a couple of things we could try. Like obviously we want the sword. Sword builds all the items we need. We could go for a glove, worst case scenario. We could go for maybe defensive items. Like you still need some defensive items in this comp, even though they're not as important. You just need them a little bit later. We could get like a Titan's Resolve component. That's probably going to be the ideal there. So yeah, grab the bow. Probably skip out on the tier. I think we have a chain already. No, we use it, but we have the salvager. So we can use this little consumable item to make perfect items. Because we definitely want that all on our Jace. We don't have to do it right now. We could wait for the Tesla Coil to get value. Like you could and you couldn't do it right now. Both options work, to be honest. But yeah, level up here. We could roll a little bit. There's another Jace. Just roll down to 50. We're pretty healthy. So if you're 95 health, you don't need to go that deep. But if we were, let's say, like the person at the bottom of the game right now is 53 life, if you're him, you probably should roll down until you hit Caitlyn 2-star, or at least like something else 2-star, because only having Jace might not be enough since he only has 1 item. Obviously, you could move the Sunfire Cape onto him. We're probably going to build the Titan's Resolve on him like if we were really desperate, but you always have to adapt to your situation in your specific game. You can't just follow a guide blindly because there's so many different things. If TFT was as easy as following a guide, everyone would be challenger, right? But that's obviously not the case. And that means you need to know when to do something and when not to do something. Because, yeah, when you're high health, typically don't need to stabilize that hard. But when you're low health, you definitely do. I probably should have made interest there, though. I probably should have sold maybe the Kabuko or the Ezreal. They don't really matter too much. I'm going for this Rammus. I'm just doing it for fun. Like, you definitely don't need to go for Rammus 3 in this game. But I like having fun sometimes, sue me. So I just want to point it out there so that you don't like blindly copy what I'm doing, because I'm sure there will be some people after this video who want to try the Caitlyn Jace comp if they get them early on in the game, and they might play Rammus, but no, you don't need Rammus. I'm only playing it because I have Battle Academia spat, and even then I don't need it because there are honestly better things to play. You could play stuff like Sniper, for example, instead of the extra Rammus, but I don't even know why I want to try it. It's just because he got changed recently in the recent patch. They took away the leveling aspect and they just put all the power into him straight up. So that's kind of why I wanted to try it out. You always need to strike a balance between short-term and long-term gains in TFT. There are some strategies that help you out a lot in the short term. Like if I didn't play Rammus here, I probably would have done better this game, but then I wouldn't know how he kind of fits in the team comp. Like obviously there are shortcuts to this. You could watch other people play. You could just trust other people's words, but sometimes you want to discover things on your own. So that's kind of why I try random stuff, especially if I'm playing just to play, you know? But we get the Rakan there. We get another Jace. That's very good. We have 5 Jaces right now. Only 1 Caitlyn. A little unfortunate, but we could do some rolling right now. And yeah, we don't need the Katarina. Again, we don't need Katarina or Rakan because we get to 7 Battle Academia very, very easily. And yeah, we could just sell those, pick up the other Caitlyn. Sometimes I wait for the loot to drop first because you want bench space. So if you're playing super optimally, don't buy the Caitlyn until the very end. That way your bench doesn't accidentally get too full, because when that happens, the loot orbs that you pick up that might have champions in it, they'll just give you gold instead. And obviously you'd rather have champions than gold because you could always turn a champion into gold, but it's much harder to turn gold into a champion. But yeah, gonna switch the items around a bit. Gonna build the Infinity Edge. That's the best item on Caitlyn. We also have the Titan's Resolve on Jace. We want to make use of the Tesla Coil, so I'm gonna slam Bloodthirster on Jace. That's his best in slot items. We could also build an Even Shroud on one of our tanks, and we need to put a Battle Academia crest on someone, but probably want to make use of this Tesla Coil. You could put the belt on Caitlyn. Guardbreaker or Striker's Flail is a very, very good item for her, probably one of her best third items, so that's something you definitely can build. And I'm just going to roll down a little bit more here. We have so much gold. It's funny, we might hit Rammus 3, but not enough room to play him, but hopefully we get him in due time. There's another Caitlyn. We could, sell the Kabukos. Don't need him as badly. Like, we do eventually want Kabuko too, but not, like, I'd rather have Caitlyn. All right, so reroll left, reroll middle, reroll right. Honestly, all of these, none of these are that great, but Scavenger is actually pretty interesting because with Tesla Coil, you want a lot of items, and that's the only augment that we saw that gives us a lot of items. You always want to try to have your augments be at least somewhat complementary to each other. I'm not saying they have to be like super duper 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 complementary, but at least a little bit, you know, at least a little bit. But we get the Rammus 3. It's hilarious, right? We get it before our Jace or Caitlyn, which are the main people we're actually going for. So we end up having like almost no items on Rammus. That's not what you want. Whenever you go for a 3-star, you always want items for them, but we'll get them eventually. So he might be our main tank, even though it's a little goofy. But I'm scouting around because I noticed I was not hitting many Caitlyns, and as you can see, other people are playing Caitlyn. So that's one advantage of scouting, but honestly, like, you can get away without doing it. But if you do have the knowledge that a lot of people are going for your units, you can always just, in my situation at least, go for Jace 3-star because he's relatively uncontested, and then skip on Caitlyn. Obviously, you'd rather have both, but you could get Jace 3 first, then level up, and once the other players die, then you roll for Caitlyn. That's one way to kind of approach the game, because the goal isn't always to hit your perfect board. The goal is to place the best you can in that game, and sometimes if it's not in the cards to get 3-star of whatever you want, then it's going to be pretty difficult to kind of pull off. But we are 100 streaking, or sorry, we're 95 streaking. Someone else is 100 streaking. We haven't faced them in a really, really long time. Hopefully we face them soon, because I think we can get rid of their win streak, because our team's actually pretty solid right now, especially once we hit Jace 3. Also, we do have 100 push-ups stacking up. That's the power-up that Jace has, where he gets, I believe, damage amp when you reroll, or whenever you spend refresh money on your shop, and we've been doing that a bunch now, so he's going to just scale really, really well into the later parts of the game, which is absolutely perfect for us. But yeah, you see the Tesla Coil value, right? Like, our Rammus originally only had 1 item, but he got 2 items from the Scavenger, and then we got a lot of people triggering the Tesla coil, which is really, really nice. All right, so who do we want here? We have an extra belt. So we want a glove. That would build the Striker's Flail or whatever it's called. But someone took that. Unlucky. We have a Negatron cloak. Honestly, we could use a belt for that so we could build an Even Shroud, but that's not available. We could also build any tank item. It could be Stone Plate. It could be Dragon Claw. Like, both of them work just fine. Could even go for this bow, but that guy actually ends up beating us to that chain vest. That's crazy stuff. But yeah, just pick up the 5-cost bow. I think we could reforge the bow, or we could perhaps build maybe a Giant Slayer on Caitlyn. Even like a red buff wouldn't be horrible. That way we could use the belt for some defensive item on our Rammus. But yeah, not ideal. Like, if you're playing aggressive, like if we were low health, you would definitely reforge the bow right now to see if you could get a better item that you could play around with immediately. You'd probably also use a lesser champion duplicator on the Jace, but since we're high health, I'm not in a rush to do anything, so I'm just going to chill, you know? Again, always play around with your health, or like react to your health. If you're high health, you don't need to do as much as when you're low health. When you're low health, you need to spend a lot of your gold, if not all of it, just to make sure you're preserving your life total as much as you can, because life total is the most important stat in the game. You either have it or you don't, and if you don't have it, you just automatically lose. And it's more important than gold, more important than like even board strength sometimes, because sometimes if you have a lot of life, you could bleed out into a fourth and other people die before you. So it's super important. You have to protect it, but when you have a lot of it, it's the most useless thing ever. So yeah, it's pretty much good until it's not. But we rolled down to 50. We're going to be rinsing and repeating that move every single turn until we lose, just going down to 50 every single turn. Maybe on stage 5-1, we dig a little bit for the Jace 3. Like, honestly, when you're one off a champion, you could go past 50 gold, because you could argue that, like, oh, if I hit the unit earlier, not only can I preserve my streak, but I could also knock people out before they spike. Perfectly valid argument there. If I was playing on my main account, I probably would roll down a little deeper than I am here, maybe roll down to 30. But if you're just trying to climb to like Diamond or even like Masters, you can take your time in a lot of cases, because greeting isn't the worst thing in the world. It's just kind of different play styles. Like, there are optimal plays and stuff like that, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't change things that much. If you're 95 health in this situation, like, obviously if you're a little bit lower, then yeah, definitely roll. But in my position here, like, it honestly could go either way, because you could argue that if I save up money, there's a higher chance I hit both Jace and Caitlyn 3-star and also reach level 8 to play this Kabuko, which is a pretty decent power spike because he gives me heavyweight and the mentor buff. But the other argument is, oh, maybe we just get the Jace 3 as soon as possible and then knock people out before they get 2-star legendaries or 3-star 4-costs or things like that, because those are pretty much the only ways for me to lose the game right now, is if someone gets like multiple 2-star legendaries or if someone gets a 3-star 4-cost. But luckily those are really, really difficult to get. Lots of weird items here. I don't really like the rod, but I'm going to do my roll down first. There is the Jace. Honestly, I need to just wait to see if the other Caitlyn players are knocked out yet, so that's where scouting is important. But here I'm just one off, so I'm just going to roll till I get the Caitlyn, because we do have the lesser champion duplicator. Maybe go down to 30. Maybe nothing more than that, yeah. Do we get a glove? No glove. So there is the red buff. Probably want to reforge the bow. Yeah, we want an even shroud as well. Yeah. Or sorry, we want to reforge the rod. I don't know why I reforged the bow. What's the... Oh, am I building... Oh, sorry. I'm building Morello on my Yuumi. That might be what I'm doing here, just so I can get some form of anti-heal. Every team needs anti-heal. If there's like a recipe for what ingredients you need for every single TFT team, you need anti-heal and you need resistance penetration. So we do a lot of physical damage. That's why we need the even shroud. And here, get the... I like Deathblade more on Caitlyn. Giant Slayer is also good, but Giant Slayer is good at killing tanks, and you don't really hit tanks with Caitlyn, so that's why I like the Deathblade a little bit more. But yeah, we need to put the items on, like, yeah, Yuumi, probably the other one on Rammus. We also have a blue buff. We could honestly split the items, though. We do have Scavenger, so Scavenger is going to give us a lot of value. You could also put 1 tier on Rammus, 1 tier on Yuumi. That way you get even more item components, but it's okay. Like, I probably should have just triple item someone, but it's not the end of the world here. Probably Morello on Rammus would have been perfectly fine until I get a better tank item for him later, because getting Tesla coil value probably outweighs all the other benefits that I get from splitting up these items. But yeah, still one off Caitlyn. You could roll a bit, probably go down to 30 every single turn. We're literally hitting everything else, but like we're just one off. Like, just go for it. Do we get it? I forgot what happened this game, because I am doing a VOD review. It's always better to do VOD reviews over live reviews because you just get to think about the game a bit more. So I highly recommend doing that. You don't have to do it every game, but every once in a while review your games. Maybe in the games where you're like, I'm not sure how I lost this game, or like, I'm not sure what I could have done differently, or like, how come this other guy got first and I didn't when I thought I would get first this game because I was hitting everything and getting lucky, but then I still didn't convert. So all those different situations could warrant like a reason to review one of your old games. But just as like a little preview for the rest of the games, we got all sorts of different comps being played out, like different levels of rerolls. Like, we have 1, 2, and 3 costs, I believe. We're doing a 4-cost game, different types of those. So there's a lot more stuff coming in this video, which I'm pretty excited about. It's not going to be like the same comp every single game or something like that. Sometimes I do that, like just play one comp every single game, but it's good to switch it up just so there's more variety for everyone to kind of see. But this carousel is a little weird. I think the best item is going to be the Adaptive Helm. Adaptive Helm's great because it could be, well, pretty much used on anyone. I didn't scout, so I don't know if Dragon Claw is good against anyone, but if there is a lot of magic damage, yeah, there's actually a decent amount in this game. It probably was Dragon Claw. Looking at it, there's only one person that's physical. The other two have like some magic damage, so maybe Dragon Claw was a bit better than Adaptive Helm. But Adaptive Helm's good because it works on both Yuumi and Rammus, so no matter what item I get off of the next neutral round, I'm going to be able to use all my items and get tremendous value from Tesla Coil, which is pretty much is what's carrying my team right now. Well, Jason, Caitlyn obviously are doing a fantastic job, but the Tesla Coil is even better. But let's see if Caitlyn's even doing stuff. I haven't really been watching her. Has she been sniping backline? She's probably going to hit the Jarvan here unless he jumps before she casts. Okay, we get the Rise. Yeah, pretty good stuff. We can't really argue with that. Our Rammus is in his backline, so his tank just ran away. You don't want to take Unstoppable when you play crew on Malphite because you need him to stand in the center and tank everything. If he has Unstoppable and jumps off to Narnia, he's not going to be doing too much tanking for your team. So that's kind of why we had such an easy time in that fight. But yeah, right now we leveled up to 8. The next thing we want to do is level up to level 9, believe it or not. We don't really need to roll any of our gold because we have Leona 2, we have Yuumi 2, so the only thing we need is like a Varus, and then Varus in at 9 or a Zyra. That's all our team is done. Sniper's good because it gives Caitlyn a lot more damage, especially since she always targets furthest target, so it's just a lot of bonus damage that she gets added to her little kit. But we're probably going to be able to snipe the Kayle here. Very nice, and we hit the Malzahar a bit. But again, his tanks are just on the wrong side. Like, our Jace is able to walk to his backline, so we get a nice little win there. Tesla Coil with Scavenger is doing amazing work as per usual. And then off this neutral round, we're going to be getting another item. By the way, one little trick on neutral rounds in the late game is that Dragon always gives, I believe it's 13 gold. So you could plan your econ around that. If you have like 33 gold or something like that, you could be like, or sorry, if you have 37 gold, you could be like, oh, I'm going to get 13 gold, so I'll make it up to 50 gold. So we're at 38 right now. If we sell everything that the dragon gives us, we'll have 48 gold, if my math is correct. I'm a little slow in picking it up. I must have been watching Netflix or something like that. So I guess we can't, we can't actually see, but I'm like 99% sure it's 13 gold. All right, so here's what I'm talking about. Like, we get some weird item choices, but no matter what, we have something that works on both Rammus and Yuumi because we took the Adaptive Helm, so we're not too scared of anything there. What do we have here? We have another item choice from the loot subscription. Yeah, maybe it's a Dragon Claw. Just drop it on Leona. Sure, why not? We also have this scavenger item. There might have been something that we could have cooked with that, but um, don't need to sweat too hard in this game because this probably is the last round. They're at 16 life right now, and we beat them pretty handedly before. And our Tesla coil actually works out so well with Caitlyn because it just hits the backline so easily. But yeah, that's the first game. Reroll Caitlyn and Jace. We just saw them early, and then we just decided to play them. Let's hop on into game number 2. So bronze works a little bit differently compared to iron because, contrary to popular belief, so in other games or in other game modes, like there are legitimate iron players. In TFT, I don't think there are actually legitimate iron players because most of those people in iron have only played like less than 10 games. Like it's very difficult to find someone who's been in iron for like 50 or 100 TFT games. But in bronze, yeah, there are actual bronze players, so that's the main difference between the two. So in terms of tiers, it's kind of bumped up a little bit. I'm not trying to flame or anything like that. It's just how it is. Like I looked at the data, and unless I'm missing something, there's very, 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 very few like 200 game or like 300 game players who are in iron. Whereas in like League of Legends, you can find that pretty easily. So we have this new game here. We are on a 3-item component start, or actually 4. So we're probably going to get 5. Normally when you get 4 components, you get a 5th one after the last neutral round, and we could go a bunch of different directions. I have the mech units out right now with Lucian and Aatrox. Mech is a very good starter. I also have this Kale. We have a Rage Blade on our bench, so we could go ahead and build that if we so choose to. And we could also go for maybe another Battle Academia game, but this time go for Yuumi. If we go for ability power items, we have like a Jeweled Gauntlet on our bench. You could use the bow to build Void Staff. You could use the belt to build a Morello or a tank item. So lots of different things you could build here. So yeah, we have Void Staff plus Jeweled Gauntlet. Going Yuumi seems pretty straightforward to me there, especially with this Ezreal and Garen on our bench. We'd prefer something a little bit stronger, but okay. So here for the augments, I'd probably reroll middle and right. If you're a beginner, you definitely want to do something like hard commit. Hard commit literally commits you to a line, which is nice because it gives you an emblem, so you pretty much have to go for it. So we got Wraith, and that means we're probably going to go some sort of Wraith comp. We could go Kale, we could go something else. Another thing we could have picked is quality over quantity, which was the right side augment. If you go Star Guardian, that's a very, 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 very good augment to take. It's probably the best one for that comp, and we had 1 pair of Syndras on our bench, which makes it very logical to kind of go for. But since we got Wraith Emblem from Hard Commit, we are going Wraith, so we're just going to go for Kale and see what happens. So Rage Blade, not a bad item for her. Final Form, yeah, sure. Like, you could take anything there. Like, I'm not too strict on Kale nowadays. So the build for Kale is actually a little bit different when she goes for Wraith and when she goes for 6 Juggernaut. So when you go for 6 Juggernaut, Rage Blade is the best item by far. There's no doubt about that. But when you go 6 Wraith, you prefer something like a red buff, oddly enough. Red buff, Jeweled Gauntlet are both pretty solid items. So perhaps I made a mistake this game. I should have went Jeweled Gauntlet first on the Kale and then saved the bow for a red buff. It's not the end of the world. Like, you could still build Rage Blade in the 6 Wraith comp, but if we're talking about super optimal, you can kind of go for that instead. But obviously, since I am in a bronze game, like, not everyone's playing super optimally, right? Like, even in Challenger, people don't play optimally every time. They do it more often, but if we had to have a supercomputer playing TFT, like, they make decisions correctly 100% of the time, maybe in bronze you make a decision and you are correct maybe 60% of the time, and then in silver it's 65, in gold it's 70, and then 75, 80, so on and so forth. So as you go up in tiers, it's not that it's not that a diamond player makes a mistake and you're like, oh, that's such an obvious mistake. Like, anyone can see that. But over a whole game, people make a lot of decisions. It's not just one decision. And the higher level you are, the more often you are to make the correct one. So that's kind of how it goes there. But the lower you are, like, every mistake is much less costly because other people are making tons of mistakes too. So a little mistake like that, building Rage Blade instead of Jeweled Gauntlet, not the end of the world. And honestly, Rage Blade's not even that bad. It's just suboptimal. It's not horrible. So if I built, let's say, Void Staff on Kale, that'd be pretty bad because Kale automatically gets magic resist shredding. So you don't need Ionic Spark or Void Staff when you build Kale, because once you hit level 6, her ability ascends her and it gives her magic shred. I think it's like 20%. So yeah, you definitely want to avoid those redundant items because they really don't help at all. But something like a Rage Blade, like, it's still doing some work. And in the early game, Rage Blade's just a very good item because fights tend to last a little bit longer, especially if you run a couple of tanks. Here I'm just running one tank and I got wrapped because I positioned like a complete idiot. So put your tank in the center, kind of helps avoid that, or put all your DPS all next to each other in the beginning. There's not much area of effect abilities to kind of look out for, so being clumped up isn't that big of an issue in the early game. But in the late game, it definitely is. Like, I think last game we faced a Jarvan or something like that, or maybe it was a different game. We faced some Jarvan, or just in general, when you face Jarvan, he has a giant AoE stun. You don't want to be clumped up for that. You want to separate everyone out as much as you can so that he doesn't hit that many units. But what do we want on this carousel? We want that rod. We want that jeweled gauntlet. It's going to be the next best item on Kale. After that, what would we want after that if that's not available? If it's not available, I probably would have taken, I don't know, maybe another glove. Glove can build a bunch of different items. You could build like Steadfast Heart with it, which isn't that bad. You could also build a Thieves Glove if you get too many gloves, and Cassante can use Thieves Gloves pretty decently. And then you could itemize a main tank as someone else. Since we have the emblem, we don't have to use a Wraith or like a natural Wraith unit as our main tank, right? So Cassante could get the Thieves Gloves, and then maybe we could play Poppy and use Poppy as like our big tank with the Wraith emblem and 2 tank items. So that's one advantage of having an emblem. You can kind of build your own buddy, you know, like whoever you want on your team, grab them, bring them over there, and use them as whatever role you want. They could be a damage dealer, they could be a tank. Any role works, especially with Wraith. I mean, Wraith prefers a damage dealer, but the benefit for having a tanky Wraith is that they get healed by the damage that your other Wraiths do. So no matter what, there's some benefit to the team, but typically Wraith is considered a damage trait. That's why Kale uses it really well, and ideally does a lot of damage with it. But we got the Jeweled Gauntlet, so no complaints there. I just want to walk you through what happens if you don't get the exact item you want on Carousel. Speaking of preparing for Carousel, you should always have like a priority list on what you want. You'll be like, oh, first I want this, second I want that, third I want that. This way, if your first choice doesn't get picked, or if it does get picked, then you always have something as a backup. You don't have to think on the fly, because how many times have we been on Carousel and we're like, oh crap, I think I'd taken it. You're just like standing there in the middle. It's like the first day of high school during lunch and you don't know where to sit. Like, if you have a plan, you're like, okay, this one first, like sword first, bow second, tier third, whatever it is. It depends on your comp and state of the game, right? Always have a priority list. Also, there are weird things that pop up where there's a certain champion you could want, but maybe they have like the third thing you want, and you're like, oh, maybe that's a bit better than going for my first item choice, because maybe your team comp has flexible items and you just really need that champion, and that's more important. So items, champions, have a list of what you want before every carousel. That way, when you go in there, you're not clueless. All right, so we went 2 and 3 in stage 2. Not ideal, but obviously we didn't level up aggressively or anything like that, because we do want to get Kale 3-star. So we're just going to do 1 cost reroll this game. After this round, we're going to roll down maybe to around 30-ish gold. Some people say 32, some people say 30. It's like a rough estimate, right? Because it depends on what your streak is. It depends what portal it is, what econ, augments, or whatever you may or may not have. So it's always dependent on the game. And also, if a unit pops up and you need it, you buy it. Like, if you roll down to, let's say, 35 gold, but there's 5 gold worth of units there that you want, you buy them. You don't care that you dip below 32. So it's just a rough little estimate there. So we have Janna, another Jhin, and Zaya. You could go Jhin reroll, but our items don't really match for it since we do have the Jeweled Gauntlet. We easily could have skipped Kale if we didn't build any of these items, or if we get like a salvage bin or something like that. We definitely could go into like a pure Jhin build instead, but we're pretty committed to the Kale once we built the Rage Blade and the Jeweled Gauntlet. So we're going to roll down a bit. By the way, Malzahar not that important, so I'm going to go ahead and skip him because our main carry is going to be the Kale, but it's just weird how so many Malzahars are kind of popping up. Don't really need the Jins either, but we'll buy them for now, sure, whatever. Want to roll to around 30, as we said before. Not too many kills being hit. Duelist is nice as well, so we do want to run the Udyr. And we get around 6 copies of Kale. Not the worst thing. Not the worst thing. It could definitely... Yeah. So normally when you go for Kale reroll, you want at least like 4 Kales on stage 2-1. But we did not have that. But since we had hard commit, we had to hard commit to the comp anyways. But maybe we should have went for a Jin build in a perfect world because we got a ton of Jins. But it's too late for that now. Once you do some rolling, you don't go back. You're like too deep. That's what she said. All right, so we are going to go into our next augment pick. We want something that gives us some econ. That would help out a ton. Not late game specialist. We need something to help us get to level 9, not something that benefits us after we get to level 9. Know your center or find your center, also not that great because that's for melee carries. Keepers is, they're probably better things. Second wind, probably going to be the choice here. Glass cannon doesn't buff up that many units, so you don't really want that. Glass cannon's good if you have a lot of damage dealers in the backline that can benefit from it. But yeah, right now... it's looking like a second wind. It's not my first pick, but that's what we got offered. So I would have much preferred some econ augment. But we are at 39 gold right now, so we could sell one of these Jins, get to 40, or we could just win the round, screw it, and get the gold that way. And then after that, we get up to 50 gold again, and then we roll slowly down for Kale 3-star. And then once we hit stage 4-1, that's when we need to find Kale 3. So we'll just roll until we hit at that point. Facing off against a Lucian, Mighty Mech. Pretty good comp. I still haven't fixed my positioning. We're still getting wrapped, so I'm being a little lazy here. I don't know if I wasn't fully paying attention to the fights, because sometimes I AFK when the fight starts. Not a good habit to get into if you're super tryharding, because here it definitely cost me some HP, because my kill got targeted really early, and we possibly could have killed maybe like 3 more units or something like that. And that's not good. Or maybe 1 or 2 more units. So... always try to pay attention during the fights. Like, don't look at Netflix on second monitor, even though I know it's fun to do. It's just not the best thing to do. A general rule in life that I've learned, it goes for gaming and everything else I've ever done, is if it is fun, it is not optimal. In like 99% of cases, I'm making that number up. But normally the boring way is like the correct way to do things. But sometimes... you're not trying to optimize everything for that particular activity. Like, having fun is definitely like a good thing, which is why sometimes it might actually be optimal from like a overall standpoint to do the fun thing. But if you're trying to like min-max a certain activity, if it's fun, you're doing something wrong most of the time. It's just like a small little rule that I've found. I don't know if other people have experienced the same thing, but it definitely has hit true for me. I don't know why. I wish it wasn't that way, trust me, but I don't get to make the rules, you know. We're facing off against a Caitlyn with Deathblade, and he's also got a Jeweled Gauntlet on Ezreal. Maybe he's going for... I don't even know what comp that could fit with Battle Academia. Normally you would just focus only on Yuumi, or you do like Caitlyn and Jace like we saw before, and this person does also have a 2-star Jace, so that possibly could have been in the cards for him, but... decided not to, I guess. We are gonna... ooh, close fight. We win that one barely, but we're pretty weak for this point in the game. Normally, we'd have, like, Kale 3 already, because you would only go Kale if you have a ton of kills at the start. That way, you hit Kale 3 during our 3-1 roll down, but did not happen this game, so we're probably gonna hit it on stage 4-1. It's okay. We have an open rod. I think we also have a chain vest, so we could go for like a tank item here, get our 3rd tank item, or go for maybe some sort of AP item. So the best item on Kale for 3rd would be Guard Breaker. That's belt and glove. But since we have this rod, I don't even know what I want with that. Yeah, let's just go for... maybe we could have gone hat or something like that, but stone plate, not the worst thing ever. Hat's not the best thing on Kale, but... it's just any usable item. Like, this rod's going to be pretty useless for us, because the other units we want to itemize is going to be like Varus in the late game. You could go Malzahar, like we easily could have done that this game, but I'm not the biggest fan of Malzahar in Wraith. Normally when I have Emblem, he's the unit that I drop because I focus on like Kale and Varus usually, but I guess if you're not running Kale, or you could run maybe Malzahar carry, but it's not something I do that often because normally when you play around Varus in 6th Wraith, you want to go level 9, and Kale is really good at level 9 because she gets like the extra waves, so even as a 1-cost unit, still a very solid unit on your team. But that was a pretty good roll down, right? We got 2 more Kale, so we just need 1 more. We might hit it before stage 4-1, which would absolutely be huge because then we could put all our gold into leveling because we do need to hit level 9 at the end of the day because that's where Kale becomes really, 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 really strong. I'm not even exaggerating there. That's how many reallys is necessary to show how strong she is because she gets like extra waves on her shot and yeah, she just becomes a lot better. There's not much else to say there. But we win this round here. Any round win during stage 3 when you do not have your 3-star is super duper duper good. It's like a bonus. But once you do hit Kale 3, what you want to do, even if you lose gold for it, is level up to level 6 as soon as possible because that's when she gets her first power spike, when she ascends. Like, I probably should do it here. I'm probably going to be a little greedy, but in most of your games out there, if I was playing on my main account, I'd probably level up here. I'll tell you why. It's pretty simple math. If you win this round here, if you leveled up, we'd probably save around 10 life. Now compare that 10 life to its value in later parts of the game because we're slowing down hitting level 9. So we essentially trade like 2 gold for 10 life. If we want to AFK or like wait 1 more round before we hit level 9, we're essentially trying to get 5 gold, but it's going to cost us 10, 15, maybe even 20 life because it's going to be later in the game. So yeah, it does slow down our level 9 a little bit, but if it saves us 1 extra turn or allows us to wait 1 more turn, we're going to get 5 gold back for the 2 gold. So that's why it's important to level up there. Maybe we would have won this round if we did it. Maybe not. You do have to scout out your matchups, but if you don't scout, then that's shame on you. But we're going to move into the neutral round now. We went 3-2, not bad. Let's go ahead and probably just put all our gold into leveling after this. We don't really care too much about Zach 3 or anything like that. Like, yeah, he's nice to have, but he's not mandatory by any means. We also have this Cassante out already. We just need to find the 6th Wraith. That's going to be either Malzahar or Varus because we have the emblem. And we automatically get a 4-cost on this next round because we have hard commit. So hard commit, we get a champion for that trait every single stage depending on the stage number. So you get on stage 3, you get a 3-cost. Stage 4, you get a 4-cost. That's why we got Malzahar before. But here we're going to get another Cassante, and we're not going to roll for Cassante 2-star, even though we have a pair of him, because level 9 is just more important. So we're just going to chill a little bit. We get our awkward item drop. We get Rod, Tier, and Rod. So we're probably just going to build a Rabadon's Death Cap because we don't have a Reforger on our bench, and yeah, no one else in this whole comp uses rods. I guess you could build like Crown Guard or something for one of them, maybe a Morello for someone else, but it's pretty difficult to kind of make great use of. So we're just going to build the Rabadon's Death Cap, whatever. It's definitely not a good item on Kale, but it is what it is. And we could save this tier maybe for a 3rd tank item. We could build maybe like a Protector's Vow on Cassante. Could be maybe another Spirit Visage. There are a couple of the other options too, but our Wraith emblem holder might be able to use it as well. So honestly, options are out there. We just have to wait for them to show up. We could pre-level here, get to 34 out of 36. That way we get level 7 odds, higher odds for Cassante. Our next augment shop, we want not necessarily econ anymore, probably something that just gives us more combat. So Sunfire board is okay. Item collector, we don't have like that many items to make great use of it. Bronze for Life is interesting because we do run a lot of random traits. Obviously, there are ways to min-max Bronze for Life, but they did just buff this augment recently, so we might as well just try it. Normally, when you go into a deep vertical, you can't fit too many bronze traits, but in this case, we're only going 6 in. I mean, that's all you could do with Wraith. So that means we have a couple of slots where you could just put in a bunch of random stuff, and we are running Mentor or 1 Mentor, so we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different slots right now. That's actually not bad for Bronze for Life, considering we're not using it as our main. And since they did just buff it, I'm assuming it's usable for a lot more situations than just hard forcing a singular bronze or life board. I hope if Riot Games does balancing correctly, that would be the truth. All right, so we're facing off against a Jarvan 2, stage 4-2. Pretty scary in some cases, but we are spread out, so he shouldn't be able to hit too much. I think he's just going to go on our front line here. Yeah, our Kayle is nice and safe from him. He did get the Caitlyn. It is what it is, but it's a 1-star Caitlyn. We don't actually care about that. But damage amp, not too bad of a stat on our Kayle, assuming we did not have the death cap, but we do, so it's not the best thing ever. But as long as we get 6 Wraith, get to level 9, that's all we really care about. We could lose a couple of rounds here. We don't actually need to win any of these. So, I mean, we'd like to win some of them, just so we're not 1 life, but it's just a speed run to level 9. So we have 67 gold right now. It's going to take 48 to level up, then 72 to level up again. So that's how much, like 120 gold. So once we get 120 gold saved up, we're going to be pumping that into the levels. But until then, just kind of wait and chill. We don't even have to roll. It's really easy to play Kayle once you hit Kayle 3. Like, it's just, instead of hitting your D key, we're only hitting our F key. So what should you think about during downtimes like this when we don't have too much stuff to play around with? Well, you could look at fights and try to predict who wins. It's a very useful skill to develop long-term in TFT, knowing who will win each fight. And you don't have to do your own board. You could go to other boards as well. Knowing how to do that is how you become a better player, because then you get to know what boards are strong. And you always hear this thing, it's called like, oh, play strongest board. Well, what is that? And it's just essentially the board which is strongest, which is pretty obvious. But how do you know what a strongest board is if you don't know who wins each fight? So that's why it's very important to look at fights, as many as you can, and try to predict winners. And over time, you'll get a little bit better. And once you become a master at it, well, your TFT rank is going to get even higher than master. So what do we want here? Yeah, we could get the sword, start building up some Varus items. We have a tier, we could build a Spear of Shojin. We know we're going to guarantee get a Varus because we have hard commit. We get a champion of the trait every single stage. And normally you don't just start like hand building items for your legendary carry. If we were playing without hard commit, I'd probably finish an item for a Cassante, just like a tank item from the tier. So either a chain vest or a belt would do. That way we spike a bit earlier, we preserve some life total during stage 4, but since I know we're going to get Varus, and we also have pretty decent item holders for him, such as Malzahar or Caitlyn. We had Caitlyn in before, but Malzahar is obviously better for 6 Wraith activation. Because of that, we can build items for him, and it's going to work out much better in the long term. So if you don't have a guaranteed way to get your champion, build items for the now, and if you do have a guaranteed way, build items for the later. So a lot of people get greedy with that with legendaries. You never handpick items for legendaries unless it's like an absolute best in slot. Like, for example, for Gwen, Edge of Night is an absolute... okay, it's not like super mandatory, but it makes her a ton better. So if you know you're going to need Gwen to place anything respectable, then yeah, you could build an Edge of Night. But oftentimes, if you're playing around like Twisted Fate, if you're playing around like Zyra, if you're playing around, I don't know, like Braum or something like that, like you don't need specific items for them. They could use a bunch of different stuff. So it's not going to affect your average placements as much if you have perfect versus imperfect items. So again, if you don't have a guaranteed way of getting them, like guaranteed ways are stuff like aura farming, where you know you'll get a champion with some stuff on them. I think it's on stage 4-3 now. They just changed it. Then you could go for specific stuff. But unless you know you're guaranteed to get them, then just wait a little bit. You don't need to hard force it. Going into the last round of stage 4, 4, 6, we won 3 rounds. Normally we wouldn't do this. It's only because we're in lower rank. If we were in maybe like a platinum game or something like that, we might go maybe 1-4 or 2-3 during stage 4 with this type of board. It really just depends on how early we hit 6 Wraith. Like if we hit it pretty early, we'd be pretty decent. This guy's very strong because he hit his Viego 3. Getting a 3-star 3 cost in stage 4 is illegal. He has a rig shop, that's why. So I guess it makes sense that it is illegal. So he's pretty strong. No matter what we did this turn or the turn before, we would have lost this round. But you'll notice as we go into the next couple of games that you're not going to be able to get away with what we did here. So you want to try to get used to playing at higher levels if you do want to climb. If you're watching this video, like I'm going to assume you're going to at least try to climb, right? Or like want to climb. Even if it doesn't happen, it's okay. But if you're trying to climb, you always have to realize that the game gets harder every step of the way. So just because one play style worked before, or one board state worked before, doesn't mean it'll work again in the future. And when you face more difficult opponents, that's kind of what happens. There's this weird like phenomenon in TFT. Like obviously from Iron to like Masters, it gets harder and harder and harder, right? But in like specifically low Masters, it honestly is easier to climb in low Masters than in like Diamond, in my opinion. I think it's because the people at 0 LP are like trolling and stuff like that. After that, I think the first 100 to 200 LP in Masters are the hardest to climb. For some reason, Masters, like 50 LP players, they just hit everything, I've noticed. And then once you get into maybe like 500 to 750 LP, it actually gets a little bit easier. I'm not even kidding. It's easier to kind of read people and what they're going because they're not going to make as many clown decisions. Because sometimes when you're scouting around in like Masters 50 LP or something like that, you'll notice that a person with a fantastic, let's say like Yumi start, sometimes they don't go Yumi and then they go something else and then they go your comp for some reason and you're just like, that doesn't make any sense. But if you get higher, that stops happening. So it depends on the player, I guess. Sometimes it's helpful, sometimes it's not helpful. But I found like there are various points in like easier to climb compared to lower rankings and harder to climb compared to higher rankings. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's happened over multiple sets to many different players that I know, and it's just a weird phenomenon in TFT. But let me know if you've experienced the same. Maybe you've experienced something completely different. But there are definitely like pockets where it's easier and harder, where it's kind of unintuitive. But back to the game. We're in stage 5 now. We got to level 9. You may have noticed that we got here with only around like 12, 15 gold to spare, and that's perfectly fine. Normally when you level up, I say like, oh, you want like at least 30 gold to roll with, but in this game, we don't need to roll. We already have our team comp. Kale 3-star is what we rolled for, 4-star now, now that we have reached stage 5-2, and that's her power-up. But when you have a comp where you just need to add a unit in or just need to reach a certain level to get a bonus, you don't need gold to roll down with. You don't even need to roll at all. We could have had 0 gold. We would have had the same outcome this game probably. You just need to hit that level no matter the cost. But if I had to go for and play for Varus 2-star, for example, then yeah, I'd probably need like 30 gold, maybe even 50 gold to find him. So different team comps have different requirements. I like to keep a list of requirements or conditions on my website on the tier list. So I'm going to be referencing the tier list a lot, but I swear a lot of people who watch my videos don't actually absorb the information from it. Because in a lot of the coaching games we're going to watch today from other players that are not me, you're going to notice people playing the wrong units in certain team comps and including putting them in their planner. They're not like flexing into it because they hit it. They like actively mess up their team planner, or they're building like completely wrong items, or they're doing the wrong leveling patterns or rolling at the wrong times. Like this will happen all the time. And I swear people don't use my tier list because if you read it, you'd know, right? I get that people don't have the time to like memorize every single comp, but that's kind of why the tier list exists. It's once you know you're going for a comp, you could check it. It takes like 10 seconds to do, 5 seconds sometimes, and then you know pretty much exactly what to do. You see the leveling pattern really quickly. You see the units on the board, what items to kind of go for, and obviously you don't need those exact items, but it's there if you want it. So definitely check that out. I know I benefit from people going to the website, but honestly, it is one of the most helpful things out there. So that way, once you know what units you're playing, when to roll and stuff like that, you can focus on actually playing TFT, which is trying to figure out when to break those rules, using time to scout, using time to really know what augments to pick based on what board you have, knowing how to play around those augments based on what units you're given. There's about 50 different things you could be doing other than like not knowing what units to play on your team or when to roll, because that's like the easy stuff, you know. It's kind of like cooking. Like anyone can follow a recipe, but we definitely know some really good cooks and some really bad cooks, right? Even if they follow the same recipe, because someone more experienced might know how things are supposed to taste at certain stages of the cooking process. They'll know how to adjust ingredients based on like the humidity or something like that. And obviously, knowing the core ingredients needed to make whatever you need to make is super important, but you shouldn't use brain energy to think about that. You should be using your brain energy to think about those little adjustments as you're doing the cooking process. And that's the same exact thing in TFT. Like you're cooking up some comps or whatever, but you need to know which champions belong there, where they belong, because positioning matters too. For example, in sorcerers and other comps that use Rise as a complementary unit, you need to put them in the front line and use them as an extra tank, because strategists, they give a nice little shield bonus if the specific unit is a strategist, and Rise doesn't do anything without items, and especially at one mentor, he's not that great either. So if you read the tier list, you'll see that Rise is often put in the front line, and if you don't know that, then you're just missing out like a key piece of your team. But we're heading on into stage 6 right now. We're 42 HP. There are only 3 people left in the game. There's a Varus in shop, so that means, if you've been paying attention, that we guarantee Varus 2-star next turn. So off of this little dragon thing, we want to get a nice little third item for Varus. I'm keeping this Aatrox in right now because he's giving us both Juggernaut and Heavyweight, because we do need a duelist to complement our Kale, and Udyr's just the perfect person to do this with because he is both a mentor and a duelist. I don't think any other duelist would really fit this spot that well, but we definitely do need to buff up our Kale. Janna being put in the second row because of the strategist little trick I talked about before with Rise. Let's see what item we get. Probably Infinity Edge is the best thing we could possibly get right now. We got the Varus right there. Yeah, double Giant Slayer. Giant Slayer is not the best item on Varus because he mainly targets both frontline and backline, so Giant Slayer is good for, well, slaying giants or tanks. So that's why I'm not really too sure what the best item there is. Blue buff is good just to get him to cast more, but I'm also forgetting to pick up that little orb on the ground there. Maybe I didn't see it when I was playing, but I'll probably pick it up after this round. That player didn't see it either, so I guess it's just a very weird orb spawning point where it's hard for everyone to see. Jarvan cast, we dodge it with our Kale, very nice, and as you can see here already, you're noticing the difference between why people build red buff on Kale in this build, because she doesn't really actually stack the Rage Blade that extremely well. So in the future, yeah, red buff going to be a lot better. It gives you a lot of immediate attack speed. Okay, it was just gold in that orb. Doesn't really affect us. I guess we could... Yeah, I guess we could go to level 10, add in another unit for our Bronze for Life. We have the Mighty Mech there, so we could add in one more bronze trait. Like, yeah, we don't really need to do too much. Honestly, like a Zyra is probably better at this point than that one extra trait for Bronze for Life, just because Zyra gives the whole team attack speed, very solid stuff. She's a good applier of like red buff if you have it, or Morello. We don't have it this game, but I'm just trying to voice out some possible options in your game, because again, not every TFT game is going to be the same. In terms of like positioning, one on left, one on right is perfectly fine. Again, we don't want them together just in case we get AoE stunned. Of course, if you're trying to sweat, you would be scouting, so you see if you should even be worrying about AoE stun, because sometimes people don't run Jarvan. He's a very good unit, but he doesn't belong in every team comp. For example, like in some of the last game, we didn't run Jarvan, right? But we were trying to probably dodge him as well. Yeah, so level 10, we could roll down for maybe 2-star Jarvan, because we do have him in our team right now. We could also replace the Lucian maybe with a Yone. Yone would be pretty good. He's a 5-cost unit, and 5 is greater than 1, as we all know. Lucian's a 1-cost. And it's not only that. Yone provides AoE CC. He provides that like short interrupt when he casts his spell, which is really nice. So he just is like a pure upgrade. I honestly should be playing this Zyra over the Lucian as well. I should not be greeting Bronze for Life, but it is what it is. Like, I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. We're facing a Ghost round. Ghost rounds are typically weaker. They're playing Karma with an Infinity Edge for some reason, a Radiant Infinity Edge. Maybe they found absolutely nothing on the Radiant Relic earlier on, or they just decide to switch comps in between. But we win that round pretty handedly. We want Infinity Edge off the Carousel, but we could go for maybe the Deathblade or something, or Protector's Vow for Jarvan. I definitely wanted Protector's Vow there. I remember this game. Yeah, for some reason my unit's hitbox was weird. I definitely wanted Protector's Vow for Jarvan. It's his best item. I'm going to do a little roll down, try to get this Jarvan 2-star. Not seeing him quite yet. Yone. Oh, I skipped Yone. I should be buying the Yone there instead of this silly Lucian. It's just a strict upgrade. But let's go into the next fight. It's the reroll Viego player again. We are in a 1v1 scenario. So when you are in 1v1s, you don't have to change too much up. Sometimes there might be good power-ups that are good for counter matchups, but if you're winning, don't change anything. One thing I learned from my grandmom is if it isn't broken, do not fix it. I know other people have said this before, but that's where I learned that from. Since it probably is almost the end of the game, I'm going to roll down a little bit. Getting Jarvan 2 would be a huge help, and we get that right there. But just skipping forward a little bit, yeah, like once you're ahead of someone, sometimes it's really difficult to come back. You could try changing positioning. The other player tried to move his Viego around, but he kind of did a marathon before he did his first couple of auto attacks. But yeah, this is going to be the bronze game. Let's head on into the silver one. We got a bunch of cooler comps coming right up. Let's get on into the silver game. We have start with a 2-star champion this game. This means that your early game can and or may be decided by whatever you get here. We got a Garen, which is pretty good. That means you could go for some sort of Bastion comp. Bastion's pretty popular right now. You could also go for, obviously, Battle Academia. He is one of the premier early game units for that comp because he provides a lot of frontline. He works with a lot of other units. Other Bastions are Rel, Xin Zhao, Swain, things like that. They all work really, really well with complementing Garen. If you do get a hero augment, like start like what we have right now where we have 5 Garens would be absolutely amazing, but I don't think that's going to happen. Very low chances of that. But just find something for the back line, something for the front line. So I have the 2 Sivers here. Maybe we could go crew. We have the Malphite in the bank as well, or in the shop. So definitely easily could be a crew game, even though we started with the Garen. If you're being extra smart, extra credit or whatever, you could scout around to see if anyone got a 2-star crew unit to start the game. Wow, we really got a lot of Garens this game. But crew is something you can force. It's really, really good in lower ratings, so I highly, highly, highly recommend going crew when you can. We also have this great item for them on the bench, which is Stone Plate. That's Malphite's favorite item, so if you get that plus maybe Standalone, the power-up, which requires him to be alone in a row, and he gets, I believe it's 30% max health bonus. It used to be 35, but it was so good that they nerfed it down to 30. And when you do that, he just becomes an unstoppable monster. I'm going to pick up Rakan here, get Protectors in, just to help him out. And here we could take Storia 7, you could take Portable Forge. Those would probably be my 2 picks, but I like Portable Forge because it allows you to just get an item and get a lot of direction. So a couple things we could do here. We could go Fishbones Jin with Malphite. That's pretty good. Spectral Cutlass works on like Darius and like a bunch of other melee carries, but I wanted to try something new this game. I wanted to go Rapid Fire Cannon to see how well it works in this Bastion Yasuo comp. So it's a new comp I put on my tier list, and it's pretty good. So you either need a Bastion emblem to make this work, or you need any plus range to Viego, or not Viego, to Yasuo. And what you do is you just run all the Bastion units plus Yasuo. He gets Edgelord automatically because Shen is a Bastion and an Edgelord. And then if you have room, you could add in up to 4 Edgelord units, which is pretty good to kind of run. So I'm going to add that to my team planner right now. We need to add Swain, I believe like Leona. You could do Volibear and also Yone. But yeah, this is the base of the comp because we're not guaranteed to get to the really high levels to get 4 Edgelord and 6 Bastion. But yeah, I just wanted to try out this comp. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I got Midas Touch early on in the game just to try to farm as much gold as I can, and it's really, really good. But had you gone crew here, I would not have blamed you. You would have taken Fishbones, maybe go like a Jin Fishbones build. Maybe it still works with Rapid Fire. Probably not as well. But one thing you need to know is that Rapid Fire is the worst item to make this work, even though it is one that can make it work. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like the worst of the best items for this comp, or like the worst of the viable items for this comp. Bastion Emblem's probably a little bit better, but Sniper's Focus, that's one you really want with Yasuo because it gives uh, damage bonus based on how far a unit is. And because he targets the 3 nearest units, sometimes he just hits something really far away and you get like a huge sniper bonus for that. So rapid fire, while good, it's not the best by any means, but it'll show the power of this comp. And whenever you get an artifact item, you may notice like we have pretty much no units for the comp. Like, yeah, we have Garen, but like 3-star Garen's not going to do anything. We're going to do a 3-cost reroll for this. We don't really care too much about 1 cost, but it'll show you the power of artifact items. And when you get one, you want to be hard forcing as much as you can. We get a little lucky on these Midas Touch gold triggers here. We got, I think, like 3 gold already from this thing. That's absolutely incredible. There's the Shen. So once we get an Edgelord, we can try to play that. We do have 4 Bastion right now, but I want to play around with this 2-star Lucian a little bit more. Mainly because he's going to be killing things with the Midas Touch. So as long as we're not losing gold by playing him, I'm going to keep playing him. Gangplank also works with this, but 2-star Lucian, much better than a 1-star Gangplank, unless I have like very, very good items for him. You may notice that I am not building this Gargoyle Stone Plate, and there's nothing like specifically wrong with the item, but whenever you're running 6 tanks, so if you're running 6 Juggernaut, 6 Bastion, I forget if I mentioned this already, but you don't want to build Stone Plate. It's not that it's horrible, you're not going to lose the game because you built it, but if you can help it, try not to build it because it's best in solo tank games or like very few tanks. Maybe if you have like 3 tank units, maximum 4, then build the Stone Plate. But if not, it's better to build other items. So for example, if we were playing Malphite with crew, Malphite is standalone and he's in front. He's like by far the tankiest unit in your team. Like you have other melee units, but you don't really care too much about them. Like I mean, you care about them, but they're not caring too much about you because they suck. Then you want something like a Stone Plate because you're going to get a lot of value on it, because the more people that target your unit, the better it becomes. So here we want Glove for Infinity Edge. Don't get that. We could greed and go for another sword. That way we could build Infinity Edge plus like maybe another sword item. You could also take the Shen if you wanted another Bastion. You could take the Belt to try to win streak, building a Sunfire Cape, or an Even Shroud. Both items work, but I'm going to greed a little bit. Had we won the last round, maybe you want to build an immediate item, such as Sunfire or Even Shroud, but we can greed. Like Infinity Edge plus, I don't know, maybe like a Giant Slayer or a Deathblade would probably work really well in this Edgelord comp. So there are 2 Yasuo builds. When you have the Bastion build, and you put Bastion emblem on your Yasuo, you want to have him use Infinity Edge and maybe like a Hand of Justice. If you have a range item, such as Sniper's Focus or Rapid Fire Cannon, you want to go full damage. So you go Infinity Edge plus like Giant Slayer or Deathblade, because you don't need the lifesteal from Hand of Justice when you have added range. So just keep that in mind. It's like small little micro adjustments that, you know, maybe in one game it won't make a difference, but over time it will. And the times that it does, it will add up and you'll just get a lot more rating from it. You may notice that I sold the Lucian for the Gangplank. I probably could have kept it around for a couple more turns. I think I thought I could have made interest here. I'm not entirely sure why I sold it, but you probably could have held on to the Lucian for a little while longer, because I could have sold Ziggs and still have been above 30 gold. But yeah, probably a mistake there. I was being a little greedy, I guess, but we have the Udyr in, gives us Mentor plus Duelist for our Gangplank. But yeah, like definitely should have kept Lucian. He had Midas Touch, so that just gives more gold than whatever Gangplank gives, right? I was thinking like Gangplank with Stretchy Arms is so good, and Rapid Fire Cannon, it's kind of the same thing as Stretchy Arms, and they removed Stretchy Arms. But if you don't have items for Gangplank, he's not going to farm you anything. So if I had Infinity Edge or maybe like an attack speed item, then I think the swap would have been fine. But since I had the 2-star Lucian, I don't think I should have swapped yet. It is what it is. Mistakes happen, but, you know, that is life. We are going to lose this round. I don't think Lucian would have won us either of these rounds, by the way. But again, just because it didn't happen now doesn't mean it wouldn't happen in other games. The good news about 3-cost reroll is that you don't need to win streak. In fact, I think full lose streak is actually better for 3-cost reroll. You don't want to do like super full lose streak, but like having like a lose streak during stage 2 and then going around like break even in stage 3. I think that's like the perfect scenario for 3-cost reroll because you get a lot of income from stage 2 and then you save a little bit of HP in stage 3. That way you can hit your 3-star 3-cost. If you're doing 1-cost reroll, doesn't really matter what streak you have, but prefer a 5-loss. If you're doing a 2-cost reroll, then you could lose like pretty much a lot of rounds because you just stabilize a lot earlier than 3-cost reroll because it's easier to get a 3-star 2-cost compared to a 3-star 3-cost. So it kind of depends on what you're playing. Ooh, these items are awful. We got 2 rods. I'm checking my team planner to see if anyone can use the rods. I probably have to reforge one of them. Okay, let's see what we get here. Deathblade, Even Shroud. Since I already have 2 swords, I don't want to pick the Deathblade because I only need 2 items on my Yasuo. But Even Shroud's good for us. We need that eventually. I think you have to build a Crown Guard here and then reforge one of the rods later. But you don't have to reforge it right away. This Negatron Cloak can turn into pretty much any tank item. Doesn't really matter which. But yeah, this is not ideal. Alright, we're facing off against a Mighty Mech. He's 2-star everything, but he's only level 4. We are level 5, but I think all his 2-stars should beat us. Then again, he doesn't have any items, so actually, I think we win. Yeah, he doesn't have any items. So I don't know why he doesn't have items, by the way, because whenever you have a bunch of upgrades, even if you are under-leveled, you should be able to win a lot of rounds. This is actually a pretty close fight. You can see the crazy difference here, right? Like, he had a bunch of 2-stars, but we have 3 items, and it's pretty much an even fight, even though we had an extra level. But, wow, okay, yeah, that's crazy. If he built 1 item, it literally could have been an anti-synergistic item. He might have won. All right, probably not Belt Overflow. Probably not Coronation, you don't really need the extra slots. Giant and Mighty actually isn't that bad because we're going to get a huge benefit on our Bastions, but I'm thinking since we have 0 Yasuos right now, we just want to farm as much gold as possible to try to get Yasuo 3 because we're pretty far. If we had a bunch of Yasuos, I probably would have taken Giant and Mighty or even Water Lotus. Like, they both easily could have worked because Water Lotus is essentially an Infinity Edge for us. That way we could build maybe like a Gunblade and then use the other sword for Giant Slayer or something like that, or even just build a Deathblade and then just YOLO the 3rd item. But yeah, since we have 0 Yasuos, I feel like we need to get him 3-star. And obviously, if you're playing optimally, you probably shouldn't go Yasuo from this position. There are probably other comps you could go for, but yeah, I wanted to try out the comp. It's like a new comp I just added to my tier list. So because of that, I'm just going to limit tests, as some people say. Wow, that Lux, 2-star Lux in the backline, no items, just blew up our Gangplank. Our Gangplank has a little bit of low health because I have him on the edge power up, which makes him lose life at the start of the fight. So 1 small nuke definitely can kill us, but it's okay, it happens. One quick tip about Invested Plus Plus is that it says you get rerolls above 50 gold, maximum of 80, you get 1 reroll per 10 gold, above 50 gold, maximum of 80, but you don't actually need to be at 80. You could be at 71 and you'll get the maximum amount of rerolls, which is 3. Like, I'll show you guys later, but like, we were at 79 gold last game, or last fight, and we got 3 rerolls. That's the most you can get from this. If you are at 71 or 90, you get the same. So I don't know why it says 80 is the max. There's probably like a better wording for it, but when this augment first came out years ago, like, I was a little confused by it, and then people figured out that, like, oh, you just need to be at 71 or higher and it triggers properly, or it like gives you the maximum. I don't know if that's intended or not, but just a pretty important thing to know because, yeah, like, getting that extra level a little bit earlier or being able to roll a little bit more can make differences in your game. So we are getting smacked here by the Soul Fighter player. Interesting comp they're running. They're going Callista 3-star with Preparation and Soul Fighter Crown. I can't say I've seen that before, but we will let him cook and see what we face later in the game from that. We are getting a little low right now. I was a little worried when I was playing this game because we're at 68 life and it's looking a little rough out there. We have 0 Yasuos. We do have 4 Bastion, but we just don't have a carry that we can use even temporarily. And we don't have good items for our Yasuo. We only have the one artifact item. So I think here I have to take the 1 cost glove in order to get Infinity Edge, which is pretty bad. Like, I'd much prefer to get a 4 cost item, but you just need Infinity Edge to make it work. And I already know what's going to happen. I'm going to get a glove later, and I'm going to be sad, but you really need that item because without it, you can't critically strike, and Yasuo is a spellcaster at the end of the day for most of his damage, so you need him to go off very, very often. But we're going to roll at level 7, so we're going to chill for a little bit. Also, if this Infinity Edge helps us get like a little bit more gold from our Gangplank, that definitely does help us a lot also. So literally anything that can assist with that is more than welcome. But yeah, from here, just pre-level down to 71 gold every single turn. I mean, you don't have to pre-level, but it helps to know how far you are from the next level. Like, it's easier to do 36 minus 20, that's 16, right? Compared to 36 minus, I don't know, something bigger or something smaller. Whatever the case is, like, I can't do math that well anymore in my age, but it's easier to just do calculations when you have less stuff to count. So that's why I like pre-leveling a bunch. It just makes my life a lot easier. Oh, look, since we built the Infinity Edge, we got 2 gold on Gangplank. Very nice. I don't think we farmed a single gold on him before that. So yeah, having items on Gangplank is so important to just get those random kills. But see here, we got 81 gold before, and we only got 3 rerolls, so you don't get extra for being above 71. And now that we're level 7, we could use a few of them. Let's see what we get. Ooh, finally, Yasuo. And we got Xin Zhao, 2-star, very nice. Probably play him. We are at 5 Bastion, 3 Edgelord. Classic. Hemorrhage is the best option for this. It's just really good because he doesn't need any of the lifesteal, and he does a bunch of AoE, so the bleed feels nice. Here, I would have taken Corrosive if I did not have the Even Shroud, but since we have the Even Shroud, just take round 2. Round 2 is not that great. In this, you'd probably want, like, anything else. Like, maybe something like Unstoppable would be pretty good later on, because you already have so much tankiness on your team, you don't need more. Like, other teams, when they don't have 6 tanks, they need pure tank power-up on their main tank. But because we get our tankiness from our trait, we could go for some utility. So that's why, like, Corrosive is pretty nice. And also, like, if you don't have whatever shred that you need, or armor shred or magic shred. And that's why a stun like Unstoppable is also good. So always keep that in mind when you are playing. Okay, there's Shen. Shen 2-star is pretty important. We could play Volibear for 4 Edgelord, but I'd rather run 6 Bastion. I think we're missing, like, what's her name, Leona or something like that. All right, so we'll stop rolling around there. Yeah, now that we are level 7, we just want to roll down to 71 every single turn until we are close to Yasuo 3-star. Though I will say next turn we probably do need to stabilize at Yasuo 2-star. That way we don't bleed out too hard, but that's going to depend on what rating you are. Yeah, there's the glove that I was talking about. Unfortunate, it is what it is, but that's life. All right, there's Swain. You want to go for 3-star Swain as well. Yeah, Giant Slayer is going to be good. Buy that, do some rolls. We definitely do want this Yasuo 2-star. Where is he? There we go. Okay, so we could chill a little bit. I mean, we could keep rolling, but actually we should roll down to 71 for Swain too. So if I don't do that, then it is a mistake. I think I'm trying to figure out what the 6 Bastion is. I think it's just, yeah, it's Leona and Braum, so they're both pretty expensive. So I definitely should have rolled more. I also should probably be playing 4 Edgelord, 4 Bastion until I get that. And I probably should be slamming Dragonclaw, because what else am I doing with these Negatron Cloaks? You should scout your game first, like scout all the other players to see if there is magic damage. So if you're super tryharding, you might want to do that. If not, save the Negatrons for, like, maybe, we already have Even Shroud, but if you didn't, you'd build that. You could also build, like, Adaptive Helm. What do we have here? Trifecta. Trifecta sounds pretty good when we're playing 3-cost carry, doesn't it? So we'll just take that. We get a bunch of 3-cost as well. Nope, don't need those, so we'll keep rolling. We could go for 3-star everything. Whenever you have, like, a very strong reroll augment or, like, a very high value reroll augment, you do want to go for multiple 3-stars. So some comps, they don't care if you get a lot of 3-stars, like even if they're reroll. For example, if you're playing, let's say, Viego reroll. Viego reroll really only cares about Viego 3. The other units don't really matter. But when you get an augment such as Invested Plus Plus, Prismatic Ticket, Max Cap, what else? Pandora's Bench. Some people call it the French bench. You want to get multiple 3-stars because that's what the augment is kind of made for. So in this case, we might want to go for some of the 2-cost 3-stars just because we have so much rerolls or so many rerolls that we don't know what to do with them. But wow, this comp is pretty powerful. Like, Yasuo is doing a lot of stuff, doing a lot of work with the rapid fire cannon with the plus range. This is the first time I've actually seen this comp, or like, sorry, first time I played this comp. So even though I am in a lower rating in this account, it does look pretty interesting to kind of try out. So if you haven't tried it already, like, maybe play it before it gets popular, because not too many people are going to go for this. But again, it is pretty situational. You only want to play this if you have either a Bastion emblem or if you have plus range on your Yasuo. So any way of getting that is the only way to play this, because he's just a little too weak otherwise. I probably should be slamming the Dragon Claw here. I don't know why I'm not. Maybe I thought that there's not enough magic damage, but I didn't scout, so I mean, we're all witnessing that I didn't scout, right? So I can't really be saying that. So unless I memorized every team comp, which I definitely was not, because I for sure was playing Netflix on my second monitor, I should just slam it. Like, who cares, right? But we are stomping this right now. We stopped the bleeding. We're still at 68 life. We're now in the top half of the lobby, and we're going into Carousel. What item do we even want there? So want a Swain item for sure. So we want a tank item. Which one, though? Honestly, Thieves' Gloves might not be bad because we could itemize our Volibear with it, or our Braum. Braum's very good with Thieves' Glove. There also is a Braum on the Carousel. I'd probably gladly take that. Braum's just a super unit. He's both Bastion and he gives Luchador to our Volibear, who is also an Edgelord. I end up going for the sword there, so I think I'm building an Infinity Edge for this Volibear and just going to focus on him after that. So if we get a bunch of swords, we can maybe do Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster. Yeah, just those 2 items on Volibear. I mean, if we get like 5 of them, then sure, Deathblade on Volibear, but I doubt we're going to get that. All right, rolling down a little bit. Probably don't need the Zayas. Zaya without items, it's like, who cares, right? I should pick up that Garen, sell the other Zaya, just because I want to sell him and replace him so that I don't have to use my removers. There's a Swain that I need, so I need to sell, like, I probably want to keep Shen's because Shen is both a Bastion and an Edgelord, so if I don't 3-star him, then what am I doing, right? But yeah, just build the IE here, drop it on the Volibear. Hopefully he does something. I don't know how much he's going to do, but he's going to do something, right? Zaya does give Star-Lord, or not Star Guardian, but we don't really care about Star Guardian with the Rel that much, because we're not playing around Zaya and Rel. So maybe I could take out Zaya for something else later if we don't have room, because it's going to be hard to fit everything in our team comp without an emblem, because we want to go for 6 Bastion and 4, or 6 Bastion and 4 Edgelord, and that requires level 9, and we're level 7 right now, and we are pretty far from Yasuo 3, so it's going to be a while. Okay, now we're pretty close. It's amazing what one roll can do for you, right? But because we're kind of far away, it's going to be a while till we could get our perfect team. So we're probably going to have to run like 6 Bastions, 3 Edgelord for a couple of turns. Where is this Leona? We need the 6 Bastion buff, right? Like, it's actually a crazy change in our team comp. Would we even play it, though? Because we have this 2-star Volibear. Maybe we wouldn't even play it yet until we reach level 8. So we need Yasuo 3, then go level 8, then play 6 Bastion. All right, we'll do it in that order. Okay, their Lucian jumped into the mech pilot. Our Yasuo is cleaning up house. This guy's almost Lucian 3, but he has 1 Lucian on his bench. That's pretty unlucky for him. Interesting team comp. I can't say I've seen Lucian reroll before, but I'm down to experiment. Maybe I do that in a future game. All right, so here, nothing there. Gonna roll bid. There's Yasuo. Gonna sell the Zaya. We have so many rerolls. It's actually crazy. All right, there's Shen. Probably give up on Xin Zhao. Whoa, why did I skip Shen? Okay, I'm crazy. What am I? No, keep. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't. Okay. I'm going crazy about myself right now. Not about myself, but at myself because of what I did. All right, yeah, I probably should just sell Xin Zhao and then go for the other stuff. It's, yeah, pretty obvious to do. Because Shen, he has all the traits that we want, and Xin Zhao, like, who cares about Xin Zhao? All right, there's a Yasuo. We're almost Yasuo 3. We're 1 off right now. 1 off, like, everything. I might have to skip that guy, yeah. All right, so we have that. Grab this. We're 1 off the Swain, so we might as well just keep rolling. There's a Sunfire Cape. Build that. Yeah, just get this Swain and then level up quickly. What do we want here? Bloodthirster? Yeah, reforge the rod. Okay, you can go Sterix and then Dragonclaw. Not horrible. See what I mean with the cloaks though? Like I should have just built Dragonclaw like a year ago because it would have given us so much value earlier on. And I know that we won all our rounds, but once I face better players, it's not gonna work out that way. So if you're watching this and you're in like Diamond or like Masters or Emerald or something like that, like this is why you need to slam items earlier. Like it might not punish you against weaker players, but as you go up and up, then it's going to be a lot more useful. But yeah, level up here, play 6 Bastion. We're missing one of them right now. Who are we missing? Oh, we just have to bench Zaya. So I should just put Leona in. And yeah, but I'm being greedy because I didn't actually level up. But I should. And I sold Garen, so now I still don't have 6. Oh my god. All right, don't, yeah. This is crazy stuff. I don't know what I was doing there. I think I thought that I had 6 Bastion without Garen because normally when you play this, you have Bastion emblem, so you would have 6 here. Like the ideal board is at level 8, you could fit in 6 Bastion, 4 Edgelord with the Bastion emblem. But without the emblem, you can't do that. So that way you don't need Garen, but I'm a bozo, so I messed that one up. Whatever the case, this is what I'm talking about when I say that like mistakes are forgivable if you are lower rated. So don't like beat yourself up over this or anything. It's like you can still win games if you make a ton of mistakes in lower ratings. And this game is a perfect example for that. And this goes to every rating, not just silver. Like you can make mistakes in like master, grandmaster, even challenger, and like people make mistakes all the time. There are going to be fewer mistakes and there are going to be less major mistakes, but I'm sure you could pull up anyone's stream, like best players in the world, and they will yell at themselves because they made mistakes in the game and they get very angry at themselves because of it. And like this happens all the time. We are human after all. But you are not hard stuck because you are playing perfectly or like you're not making any mistakes, right? Because like everyone makes mistakes, and the most important thing is to just learn from it and try not to do it again in the future if you are like super try-harding. But let's go back to the game. What do we want to do at this point? We're level 8. We're 5 Bastion, 4 Edgelord. You could pause the video if you want. What would you do in this situation? Also, what item would you take here? For me, I don't want the Braum, even though I want Braum, because I don't really want to mess with that Battle Academia crest. I'd rather probably get either an Adaptive Helm as a tank item or a Deathblade for my Volibear. I think either of those perfectly fine for me. Like I don't know which one's better, but I end up opting for the Deathblade, so I'm going to drop that on my Volibear. He should be doing some work. Once we get Braum, he'll go even crazier. But what would you do in this situation? Well, for me, I would go level 9 just to try to fit in the 4 Edgelord and 6 Bastion because that is the name of the team comp after all. So I'll do everything in my power to kind of increase my odds of getting Braum. So we could chill until there were 68 life, but if you were lower life, you definitely level up right now and roll down for Braum ASAP because you can't afford to take any more losses. So if we were like the guy with 2 health, for sure you rolled a 0. If we were the guy with 26 health that you see on the right-hand side, I'd probably go down to like 10 gold, maybe even 0 as well to try to get the Braum. If we were like the 54 life, we'd probably chill. If we were at the 31 life, that one's a little tough. You could do either or maybe. Maybe see if you win or lose, and then your next loss you level up and roll down. That'd probably be my flow chart on what to do based on your life totals in this game. But we made top 4, pretty nice. Let's see what we get in our next shop. No Braum yet. He's really the only guy we are fishing for, but yeah, I think since we're 68 life, we just chill until next stage, and then we can maybe even greed until stage 6-2 before we level up and roll down. It's a little greedy, because everyone's going to be leveled up and spent all their gold on stage 6-1 most likely, but I mean, if you have the life total to play with, then you have to use it, right? Like, we're all given the same resources in TFT, more or less. Like, we get approximately the same amount of gold, approximately the same amount of items, approximately the same amount of augments and health. So, well, actually, we literally get the same amount of augments and health. So you got to use them to their max potential, because that's the difference maker in the long run. If you treat TFT like a game like League of Legends, you're not going to go very far. But if you treat TFT more like poker, you will go much further, because it's a game of like statistics and like trying to maximize your value and stuff. So, or like expected average placements. So you want to make plays that maximize that. And if you're just more narrow-minded, I guess, you will make mistakes that cost you in the long run, because it doesn't matter like whether I go first or third in this situation, because there are only 3 people left, doesn't matter. Like, what I should do is focus on which decisions maximize my placements here. Like, I shouldn't worry like what the outcome of this game is, because if I make the correct decisions over time, like, I will get rewarded. So we should all be focused on that. So again, like for me, I think that would be trying to level up. I guess we don't need to wait till stage 6-2, because we just have so much gold that it doesn't even matter. So I guess we just roll down here, find the Braum. Okay, it's that easy. 1 roll, find the Braum. That's why I'm making YouTube videos, because it's that easy to find apparently. But here, just take another tank item, maybe the Dragon Claw, because we have Leona 2 items and Swain 2 items. And double Dragon Claw on a unit, probably not advisable, because you don't really need that much magic resist on a unit. But yeah, here, just drop it on the Leona. You always want to try to 3-item your units. I don't know if you noticed before, but I put 2 items on Volibear, 2 items on Leona, 2 items on Swain. That's like a very bad thing to do. Especially since I have 5 item removers. I probably should have just 3-item my Swain, and then once I got a better item for him, remove it, and then place a new item on top of him. So whenever you're playing TFT, it's best to do 3 items on a character as fast as possible, and like finish building that unit before you build someone else. It's like a very common mistake, but if you're being really greedy like me, you can just like not use it, because sometimes you could use the item removers a little bit later. For example, if you get a Thieves Glove in the late game, you can make great use of the item removers, because you get random items every turn, so you could just tailor it to always have your like unit that uses the item the best to hold it. One thing we could do here, again, to maximize our win rate is we have to decide whether we want to go to level 10 or go for something crazy like a 3-star Volibear. So this is when you should scout, see how many Volibears are taken out of the champion pool, and if no one's going Volibear, like definitely go for Volibear 3. I think that's going to be much more powerful than going level 10, because what can we add at level 10? We could probably only add like a Zyra or something like that, which doesn't really do that. I mean, she definitely helps, but I think a 3-star Volibear would be much more helpful for our team. And also when we roll, we could hit Braum 2-star, which is also a monster himself. But let's roll down here. I think in this game, I just rolled down to 0 because I wanted to get 3-star Legendary instead, because I want to have some fun, and I am a bozo. So no 3-star Legendaries so far yet, not even a 2-star Legendary, but we're going to keep rolling because it's the last round of the game, because I probably won this run one. We got the 2-star Braum, but no additional copies of like the same Legendary. So that's a little unlucky. No 2-star Legendary. But we are facing off against the other guy. I'm trying to go for the Yone, but we only have 4 Yones, and unrealistic to kind of finish that off. Wow, the Soul Fighter guy reroll actually made it to second place. Absolutely incredible stuff, but let's get into some of the other games which are not my own VODs. We're going to go into actual gold, platinum, emerald, diamond games in the next few videos, which were all submitted by viewers like yourself. Now it's time to get into the gold game. In gold, a lot of players are very wary about what comps to go for. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of my viewers might be in gold and kind of checking everything out there. So it's going to be a little bit trickier to play in this elo. But we're going to start with a random 3 cost this game. This player's going into his team planner. But yeah, just blank out your team planner at the start of the game. Don't really need to touch it too much yet. They get a Viego. Viego did get nerfed a little bit. Not the best comp, not the worst comp, but definitely losing stretchy arms is a big hit. I wouldn't just hard force Viego from this spot. Depending on the meta, it's good to scout around at this point in the game, just see what 3 costs other people have, because there are going to be some premier 3 costs that are going to be played. This patch, there isn't anything too crazy. There is like some Ari going around sometimes. Bastion Yasuo is pretty good. Jason, Caitlyn, they're playable again. And then Darius, people are playing a little bit of Darius. Of course, you still can do Viego, but it's not anything super crazy. But this player buys out his whole shop, sells the Viego. You might have been able to play with Soul Fighters, because Soul Fighters is a good comp right now. Like, you don't have to use Viego as a reroll comp, but since they got Callista and Nefiri, there's some potential for 8 Soul Fighter game. I'm not saying like it's a big mistake or small mistake, because getting the Ezreal 2-star is great, but based on how the game played out, they got a Janna, and you could have sold Janna to keep the Viego instead, because we had 2 gold left over in the bank. And it possibly could have been a Soul Fighter game. Soul Fighter is very strong right now. I have it in the A tier right now, but honestly, if you get a good start for it, can be even better than that. But as for the items so far this game, there's a belt and a chain. Honestly, pretty good start. You could build a Sunfire Cape and slam it and just go in early. I don't want to harp too much on it, but it is a pretty good Soul Fighter item, because you typically want 3 damage items on your Samira, and your Gwen also wants damage. So getting the anti-heal on a tank early is good for tempo, and then you eventually just drop it onto set. But with the Ezreal, okay, maybe we could go into Battle Academia. Okay, looking at the augments, crafted crafting, it's okay, not that great. Lunch money's good if you can win rounds. I don't know if this person can win some rounds. The third option is going to be Eye for an Eye. That one, it's good. It's good for lose streaking. This one's honestly tough. I would have re-rolled right and middle and then settled on left. But after the re-rolls we just saw with Latent Forge and Placebo, I would have just taken Latent Forge there. Artifacts are just too strong in this game. I know you get it kind of late, but it's really good. But yeah, here, after leveling up, I probably wouldn't have leveled up. I know that this player thinks they are strong because they got 2 upgraded units, but the thing is there's no synergy between them, and also they are both range units. If you had like 1 tank 2-star, 1 damage 2-star, I definitely would have tried to win streak hard. I know they took lunch money, so they kind of have to, but like we didn't need to take lunch money to begin with. So just because you have upgrades doesn't mean you'll automatically win streak, because people with better synergies than you are going to definitely outscale you. It's not the complete end of the world though. Also for power-ups, I would have probably taken maybe Mage. Mage is pretty good because it allows her to cast twice. I know it gets a little bit weaker, but I feel like you get more value than Bludgeoner. Bludgeoner's fine though. It's not bad or anything. But I will say the one thing this player did do well is they committed to their strategy. So they went lunch money, but after that, they fully committed to it by leveling up and slamming items. So I am happy about that. Whether you can fully win streak with this, you might get away with it in lower ratings, but as you get up and up, you have to be more careful with trying to commit to win streaks, because once people get stronger boards, it's going to be harder to win with unsynergized upgraded units. Again, you generally want tank and backline 2-star, not necessarily just any 2-star. So if you have like 2 tank 2-stars or 2 damage 2-stars, not the best combo, but able to win the first 2 rounds, so that's pretty nice. I guess, okay, nice. They made interest there. That's really huge. Could maybe pick up the Gnar here, like at least one of them, because there's a potential to maybe get a Rage Blade off Carousel. Maybe you get a Gnar too. You could swap off from the Callista to the Gnar. Maybe get Golden Edge, get a ton of gold, and do the Fast 9 strategy. That definitely is possible. Apart from that, nothing too crazy going on. You want another Juggernaut unit to really round out this team comp, but that hasn't appeared yet. Here, you could debate leveling up again. Here, I would scout, because sometimes doing this early level up really screws over some of those really high roll players who did not level up. And likely, you're not going to get another 2 gold from lunch money this round, even if you win, because you need to deal 8 damage, and probably just going to be doing 3, maybe 4 damage if you're lucky. So I definitely would have scouted my matchups and then possibly leveled up here. Against this person, level 4 versus level 4, the level up may have helped because we could have leveled up, maybe dropped in a Rakan or something, just give a little bit more tankiness to your team, and also get Battle Academia active. I don't know if it would have won, but it would have been much closer than what happened here. But this is exactly what I mean. If you commit to the level up and the win streak, you can get really screwed if you just don't have the right units out there. Leveling up actually probably would have won here because Rakan was a tank, and this team lacks tanks because we just have a 1-star and a Fury. Katarina is melee, but she's not a tank. So yeah, that Rakan was pretty crucial, but would have kept the win streak there. Unfortunate. The game is not over yet by any means. There definitely are ways to come back from this, but there is an open bow. You could go for maybe a Rage Blade. You could go for like a Giant Slayer. Oh, whoa, why take the 1-cost sword? So there is a 3-cost sword on carousel on the Darius. Definitely should have taken that. So gotta be patient on the carousel. Need to see what units and what items are open before just committing to one, because sometimes there are 2 of the same component on that carousel. But losing 2 gold there, it hurts. Normally I say it's not the end of the world, but no, that hurts a bunch. Rolling here, oh no, I would not roll here at all. So if you are playing for a win streak and then you lose, do not roll. Like it's over. You gotta give it up. Here's the Viego that we wanted from before, but yeah, you can't do that. We rolled how many times? I think like 3 or 4 times. So we're just down 6 gold for the rest of the game. This game was looking very promising before. Right now, if I had to guess, like this is definitely a bot 4 game, just based of that play there. In gold, people typically are most likely following leveling guides a lot of the times. I do recommend checking out the leveling guide on my YouTube channel or on my website, BunnyMuffins.lol. But yeah, you can't be rolling early unless there's like a very, 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 very good reason to. Had they won the last round, I wouldn't be as mad. I'd still be a little mad, but not as mad as what I saw just now. What I saw just now is like the worst of every world because you don't have a win streak, and now you also don't have gold in the bank. So you're just never going to be able to come back into the game. So you have to get lucky now in order to place well. Lucky as in hitting, like assuming they're going Soul Fighter, right? Hitting Samira 1 and set 1 without rolling. Hitting Samira 2 and set 2, maybe on like late stage 4 or early stage 5 with minimal rolling, maybe only rolling like 20 gold. And that's just not realistic in most cases. So when we put luck in Mortdog's hands, we're setting ourselves up to have much less control over our own destiny. All right, they're facing off against an Ahri here. I really like Ahri right now. She's actually pretty solid. They took Latent Forge. If they ever get like a Ludens, it's absolutely bonkers on her. But yeah, should win this round. Very nice stuff. And yeah, okay, good snipe by Callista. 4-1 with lunch money isn't the worst thing, but I can't help but think that there would have been a lot more gold on the team had they not rolled, and they probably still would have won the other rounds. So yeah, like you need to scout. I know scouting is more of an advanced topic. Like I don't want to fault a gold player for not scouting because oftentimes, even me, like sometimes when I'm scouting, it's a waste of time because I'm not actually factoring in all the information that I'm getting. But on the flip side, when you're scouting for just one singular purpose, which is determining whether or not you can win streak, I'd say it's worth doing, even at lower levels. Like all you have to do is see like how many 2-stars that they have compared to you, how many traits they have active compared to you, and you could get like a rough estimate on which team is stronger or weaker. And you might get it wrong sometimes. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect, but over time you practice it over and over, you're going to get a little bit better and better, and then you'll finally be able to get a really good read on a lot of different plays. Okay, Shojin Slam, great there. Stoneplate Slam, I like that too. So 2 item slams from those components, that's exactly what you wanted from, what's it called, the Krug camp. And obviously these aren't like super best in slot items by any means, but they're definitely good enough to play with and hopefully win some rounds in stage 3. So Luckily, they're not that far behind in gold because they did get 4 gold from lunch money, but wasting the 6 gold from rolling down, I think it was, it definitely still hurts a lot. Like they're facing someone with 50 gold and they have 36, so they're just down 14 gold compared to this player. I know they took placebo, so they have like an 8 gold buffer, but yeah, you're still behind like 10 gold if they had 40 something. So if there was a 5 game win streak, it would be even, but unfortunately, it was not. So next turn, we're going to be around like 50, 51, 52 gold. And then after leveling up, it costs 12 gold to do that. We'll be at 40 gold, level 6. Okay, that's not the worst scenario ever, but definitely leaves something to be desired. So probably want to sell maybe a Lux here to get to 41 gold. Lux 2 isn't that big of an upgrade in my opinion, but yeah, can't do little buddies here, can't do preparation because you need to keep win streaking right now. Care package is like a worst case scenario to take. Honestly, like little buddies is one of the best augments in Soul Fighter, but with lunch money, you want to win now. So you want to get something that helps you right now to win. And Howling Gale is not it. Need to just re-roll the left augment, and worst case scenario, take care package. Care package is also a scaling augment, so it's not the best thing to take right now, but it's better than preparation because preparation's not gonna, you're not gonna be prepared for anything. Okay, Sunfire board would be good if there wasn't a Sunfire cape already. Here, maybe I'd just take Epoch after the rerolls, but it was probably care package. Yeah, Epoch's fine. So 43 gold. Uh-oh. Facing someone that's all 1-star except for Zach. This one should be a win because there's a lot of synergies out there active right now. But yeah, that Lucian, they're probably going to go the Karma mech build. Pretty solid build. I have it in S tier right now. But obviously, tiers change. By the way, if you're watching this video on a different patch, like maybe you're in the future or from the future, learning all the basics is so much more important than team comps. I only mentioned the team comps because you need to adapt it to the current day's meta or whatever, but stuff like knowing how to use lunch money, knowing when to level up to level 4 on stage 2-1, knowing what augments to take based on what you had before. And okay, so this person is so lucky. They got Samira already. That's absolutely incredible. As I said before, the only way to come back in this game was to get Samira 1-star and like maybe a set 1-star without rolling, and that's happening so far. So here I'd probably take On the Edge. Shadow Clone, and honestly all 3 of these are good, but I think On the Edge is my favorite there. I'd probably just slam the bow on the Samira also, like it's probably going on her. Do not roll. No, okay. Yeah. It's okay. I'll breathe. I'll breathe and I'll be better. I know the rerolls are free there, but you really need to save them for the level 8. And after hitting Samira 1-star, you should be like decently stable because 4 costs in early parts of stage 3 are very, very powerful. This fight was close. I'm not going to deny that, but I don't think the Lux 2 made the difference this fight, you know? And just having that extra 1 or 2 rolls once you hit level 8 means so much more because the difference between getting 2-star 4 costs and having only 1-star 4 costs is absolutely astronomical. I also would have sold the Callistas on the right-hand side of the bench just to make 50 gold because, yeah, we don't care about Callista 3. The 1-cost 3-stars, they're only good if you itemize them and play around them, so unless you get it for free without having it cost you any interest, I would just avoid taking them. So here, Glove is going to be a good pick. Oh no, it got taken. There's a bow. Maybe get the Bola Bear. Just get 4 gold. Okay. I mean, this other one isn't too bad either. Doesn't help us immediately, but yeah, you need 3 tank items eventually, so it'll help. The best thing obviously would have been a glove. You could either slam Last Whisper or save it for an Infinity Edge. Both options work. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, leveling's fine there. Yeah. I thought they had less gold for some reason. So leveling, whenever you could keep 30 or more gold, especially if you're win streaking, it's going to be a good thing to do because you don't lose out on that much gold. You lose out on 3 gold worth of interest because you lose 2 this round and 1 the next round. So by the time you reach the neutral round, you're back up to 50. You get like the 5 gold interest during neutral rounds anyway. So good level up there. I disagree with the previous one, but this one is good. They're facing off against a crew player. That's actually like a pretty yoked up Ziggs if I've ever seen one. But yeah, no 3-star Malphite means at this point in the game with the 1-star Samira, you should auto win most of these fights. As I said before, like getting a 4 cost in stage 3, absolutely bonkers stuff, especially since it's the specific one that helps your comp. And 6 Soul Fighters active, that's a huge, huge, huge buff. So again, it's kind of covering the old mistake, but let's see what they get here. So removing the items, putting them on Xin Zhao. I don't like using all the removers this liberally because you could have just sold the Nefiri and played the one on the bench if you really wanted to move them. Also, Xin Zhao 2, it's not like that much of a tankier unit than the Nefiri. I mean, it is tankier, but it doesn't even have like Bastion active. No, do not roll here. Do not roll. Okay, you need to unironically go to bunnymuffins.lol/meta and then look up the Soul Fighter build. And then look at the leveling patterns that I list out. So I list out here, do level 8 and level 9. So you do not want to be rolling before that point. It's not going to lose you the game because you're not like that poor in the game. But it's not going to help you either. If you had like a billion pairs, I would probably go for it. But if you're just looking for set, for example, which you did hit, it's not enough to roll for. You need pairs and other things to hit in your shop because if not, it's just really, really rough. So yeah, losing this round is going to be super, super, super punishing because you lose the win streak anyways. Like that's the thing about win streaks. They're not guaranteed and you essentially have 2 econ augments. You have epic and lunch money. And when you have econ, you can't really reliably win a lot of your games. So yeah, that's kind of the issue there. Udyr, you don't really need Udyr. Udyr's okay, like he's not bad, but he's not my +1 in Soul Fighter. So when I play Soul Fighter, I normally have my +1 be an edgelord because that's who I am. I'm a little edgy, but also Samira just needs another edgelord to activate her because she's going to be your main carry, so you want to activate her traits, even if it's just the 2 trait. So getting something like Yasuo, getting something like Volibear, Yone in the late game, that's going to be what you really want. So here, should sell the Aries, get up to 40 gold, but it's okay that it was missed. All right, what items do we need here? So we need a tank item. Getting Magic Shred isn't too bad, so you could build an Even Shroud. And yeah, that could work. Warmog's also good. Can't complain about a Warmog's. Probably here... Regenerative, honestly, all 3 of these are fine. I don't mind taking any of these. It could be adaptive skin, like yeah, whatever you take, they're all good here. So had we not rolled before, might have had enough gold to even level up here to level 8 and roll down a little bit, but it's best to wait till 4-2. Here we definitely wait till 4-2 because we're just not at that level yet, both in-game and IRL. But yeah, just sell the Callista here. We should make 50 gold, and yeah, maybe the lunch money procs here, but you don't need this extra Callista because you're not going for Callista 3-star. But yeah, the lunch money did bring them back up to 50 gold. Let's see what augments they get in this next round. They are 89 health right now, so that's really, really nice. I also do not think that this comp is contested, so that's another really good sign. Psychic Forge, probably not that one, not my favorite. Tesla Coil is pretty good because you have a lot of items. Mace's Will, good to get Infinity Edge. So reroll middle for sure, but it might be a Tesla Coil game because you're gonna itemize a lot of people, and you might not have the most. Actually, reroll Tesla Coil. You don't have the most items this game. It's probably Mace's Will here. Portable Forge could be okay, but I don't really like Portable Forge in Stage 4. It's kind of griefing because Forge is good for getting direction. Right now, you really just need an Infinity Edge. So yeah, just get Mace's Will, call it a day. You could even build the Runons or something like that. Not Runons, the Last Whisper. But okay, leveling up there. Let's see what they get on the roll down. Here I would for sure roll, by the way, but took too long on the augment. I'd also slam Adaptive Helm, put it on... Let's see, like Udyr right now. You eventually shift this over onto Gwen. Like, it's not a bad item. It's not a good item, but it's not a bad item. And the thing about Gwen and other legendaries is that you don't need hand-picked, tailored items for them because they're just legendaries. You can't play around the super late game. You need to play around your 4 costs. And right now, the Tyr and the Negatron don't help either Set or Samira. So you just need to slam them for value. and go for something else. On carousel, you want to get a sword because, again, you need the infinity edge. So that's why it's fine to just build this random item. A lot of newer players don't really like building around adaptive helm, but it's actually like a really nice item because you could put it on anyone. It works on pretty much anyone, and it's just very, very solid. All right, 2 Yumis in shop, don't really need that. But yeah, I'd probably, you don't have to roll here. You could go level 9. They are pretty healthy. But if we were to customize all the rolls that were done this game, all the ones that were done earlier could have been done now. And instead, we just got worse odds overall. So it's going to be harder to hit the final team comp. But yeah, going level 9 here probably is a good decision because 89 health, beautiful. You could also frontline the Nefiri. I'd probably put Set on the edge because he has the, what's it called, the stone plate. So the more units that target him, the more resistances that he gets. So that's like a nice little bonus. You don't have to do like isolate him frontline. That's a little too extreme. He's not that tanky. But when you have like 4 melee units, just put him as one of the 4 up front and put him on the edge. And he's going to get a lot of value off of that. Like not maximum value, but you don't need maximum value. All right, get more gold here. Very nice. 2 Samiras. If you do see Samira on carousel, definitely worth considering to take it because you are going fast 9, so you don't need to roll that much, if at all. I probably would sell both the Udyr and the Viego here to get up to 50 gold because Viego isn't that critical in this team comp. You're mainly just playing, oh my god, there's a Gwen there. There's also the Spatula. So you need Sword to build Soul Fighter emblem. Unfortunately, you need swords for like 10 different other items in this comp. But if you do get a spat, I'd say gamble it because I don't think a sword has dropped yet. So pretty high chance that it will drop in the last neutral round. So yeah, definitely get a spatula here. I would have taken it over the Samira if the Samira was still up, but perfect. Get a nice little spatula. This means like you definitely need to slam adaptive helm because you're not building anything else with those items. So missed out on like 2, possibly 3 turns of value off of not having adaptive helm, so you could have hit people harder, potentially get a little more lunch money. So repositioning a little bit right now. All you need to do is put Set on the edge, either where the Udyr is or where the Nefiri is. I'd probably keep it where the Nefiri is. You could also move Nefiri over to the right side, to the right of Udyr. That's another way to make this work. That way you get a little bit more value on the stone plate. Not the end of the world, but all these little things that I mentioned, they definitely do add up because when you play TFT, like a lot of plays may seem obvious to a spectator, but sometimes in game you just forget about it, and then over time it gets worse and worse and worse and builds up, and then it becomes like maybe a mistake that costs you 1 health. You make 10 of those, that costs you 10 health. That's 1 placement in every single game that you play, which is pretty substantial. Sometimes it's more than 1 placement. So you really have to be careful to not let these small little mistakes add up over time. So as long as you correct them and stop doing them, you will be able to do a decent climb. All right, here we should pick up Volibear, but they didn't put Volibear in their team planner. That's okay. You just need to go to bunnymuffins.lol/meta. This isn't even like me self-promoting. It's just like the correct thing to do because you need to know the correct units to put in your team comp because TFT is a knowledge game. It's not like some mechanic game. In mechanic games, you can get away with not knowing like what's meta or what's not meta, but oh, they do play Volibear. Perfect. Okay, that's nice. But yeah, in knowledge games, you just have to, you either know or you don't know, and you have to know. So that's why people have the meme of like any knowers or like they're not a knower when they're trying to like say someone doesn't know something. That's kind of where it originates from. But they should be running. Yeah, Yone's good. You don't need one of the Soul Fighters, but I'd probably drop Callista because Nefiri gives you Juggernaut still. So I'd keep the Nefiri, but sell the Callista. That's more of like a advanced thing, but or not that advanced, like a intermediate thing because you just need to know which units to play when you have the emblem. So that's a little bit like, I'm not going to fault someone for not knowing that, but knowing that Volibear is going to be better than Udyr, definitely can fault for that. But finally got a 5 streak. That's great. So 89 life, 5 streaking, finally. So you get the bonus gold during the neutral round from the win streak. Let's see what items drop. Really need a sword, ideally 2 swords and a glove. That way you could get perfect items. There's a glove. There's a bow, not ideal, but need a sword there. Ooh, That's not great. So what can you? Yeah, I'm wondering what you could even build with this either. Yeah, Luchador is probably the only option. Yeah, just build a Luchador spat, and then you should have had the adaptive from before. So then you could build maybe a jeweled gauntlet for Samira, not Samira, for Gwen, and yeah, call it a day after that. You could even do like a void stat plus jeweled gauntlet, but I think adaptive's a bit better. You can move it around a lot. So here you want to, oh, they got a belt. What's belt building? Belt is building not much, but yeah. Gotta build these items because after stage 5, you don't get any more item components. So yeah, you just gotta roll with it. But yeah, probably, well, it was adaptive jeweled gauntlet, but now it's adaptive plus maybe a Gnasher's Tooth on Gwen. Gnasher's Tooth probably isn't that bad on her. Yeah, it might even be good, dare I say it. Dare I say it. So reach level 9, should do a roll down right now. It's going to be a lot of gold, so just go for it. Buy the Volibear. Are they going level 10? Okay, level 10. It's a little greedy because you don't really need level 10. So you always want like 50 gold to roll down with whenever you're like reaching one of the later levels in the game. And right now the big power spike is 8 sulf. Okay, they rolled down. Okay, perfect. Were they only rolling for the Volibear? Because they should also roll because they have a pair of Set and Paris Samira. And those are two really, really, really big upgrades. So that definitely should be built. But let's see what happens. All right, fighting off against a Malzahar and Yuumi player. The Malzahar is Dawncore. I don't think that's that great. Malzahar kind of lost his thunder after the past couple of patches, but getting so much gold from this lunch money, holy cow. I don't know if this strategy will work as you get higher. Like once you get to maybe Emerald, like it's going to be a lot more difficult to do something like this, but when it works, and that's what we're seeing right now. All right, so Braum is actually really good to play. You could maybe do 4 Luchadors. Holy cow. Oh, wow. This player got 8 Soul Fighter pretty much without rolling because they're level 9, 50 gold on stage 5-3. That's pretty much only rolling like 10 times this game. That's like 20 gold worth of rolling, and you get every single Soul Fighter unit, and you have Paris, Samira, and Set. Like, holy cow. I mean, you might as well keep rolling because you want Samira 2 and Set 2, but that is crazy. They got bailed out really, really, really hard. I don't know if they know that or not, but yeah, this could have went really, really badly after the stage 2. I'd say the stage 2 was maybe like, I'd give you a D. You made some good decisions because when you committed to lunch money, you like really committed. I respect that, even though I think taking lunch money was wrong. In stage 3, I'd give you maybe like a C- or something like that. It was a little bit better than the stage 2, but not by much. In stage 4, I'd give you probably like a A-, I'd say. I would have liked to see the adaptive Helm Slam, but for a gold player, like everything you did, like, yeah, that's around what I would expect. Augment picking definitely could have been better throughout the whole game. I think like all 3 augment picks were a little bit off. Here, I'd probably take the Edge of Night. Edge of Night or the Rabadons, perhaps, to put on Gwen. But yeah, Edge of Night probably the best item. Sterix isn't bad on Volibear, but Volibear is not a soul fighter, so you don't want to really be building around him. Whenever you're building like 8 of a trait or like 7 or more of a trait, you really want... Okay, stop rolling now. Stop rolling now. Stop rolling now. Okay. Not ideal, but it's okay. Because you already hit everything, so you don't need to roll anymore. Like the Yone 2 or like the Gwen 2, you might as well just wait and hit it later. Like you don't need to do it right now. Once you get a pair of them, then you can go for it, but right now you're kind of just wasting a little bit of gold. But yeah, the stage 4 was good. Won all the fights, like didn't need to roll. I like that you tried to go level 9 instead of rolling at level 8 because you were very healthy. You got the best of both worlds because you both greeted all your gold and still won every round. So it is a little lucky, but if you're at like 40 health here, you'd still be in like very good shape to win the game. And whenever you do like anything in your game where you're like a little bit high rolly, which I would consider this game a little high rolly, you want to try to go for first. So Always playing around that. Here, I'd find a way to pick up the Yone, probably sell the Twist of Fate and the Udyr that are on bench. You don't really need Udyr in this team comp. You probably don't need the additional sets either. What are they changing to? Okay, so they took out Yone. What do they want instead? I mean, Volibear is good because of the Luchador, right? But you could get Luchador from Braum. Braum is actually a great addition at level 10 because you could play Braum plus the Yone still and have 2 legendaries in and still have the Luchador active. So that's probably what I would have changed up there. Okay, but they just have the 8 Soul Fighters in. Alright, the Malzahar guy, yeah, this fight's easily a win. Whenever you play, like, Malzahar, you need him 3-star, right? Maybe Dawncore for him would have been better on the Yuumi, but this fight's not close. It's, yeah, very nicely done. Another weird thing is that with this third augment, without Infinity Edge or Jeweled Gauntlet, you lose a lot of value because the whole point is to get a lot of critical strike, and critical strike is really good when you have the chance to critically strike on your abilities. So if you are only doing it through auto attacks, it's not that great. I mean, it's still good. It's still a damage boost, but definitely could be a lot better. So that's why I really wanted the Jeweled Gauntlet off of the last item component anvil that we got, but not the end of the world. Okay, let's see what they get from here. We need a Gwen item, so hopefully it's something like maybe Edge of Night or something like that. Yeah, Edge of Night, Nashor's Tooth, Rabadon's, all 3 are takeable. I would take the Edge of Night, but you could take any of them. All right, put it on Gwen. Put it on Gwen. Perfect. Adaptive. Okay, beautiful. And then, yeah, Steric's back. Okay, perfect, perfect. Braum. Okay. Rolling down. Not too much here. Yeah, I guess you could go for Set and Samira 3. Sure, why not? But I would stop rolling now. I'd wait till you natural like 1 or 2 more and then go for it. All right. Good sells. Sell the other Viego. You don't need him. And yeah, might be able to... Wait, I thought there were more copies. 1 more copy of Samira. So you're 2 off both of them. It's going to be hard to hit because the last copy is going to be a B word to find. But wow, finally a loss from this Karma comp. Absolutely got smacked, but it's okay. That's why you kind of want to wait so you could get more gold and collect more interest before you do a hard roll down. Once you're like 2 off, I would probably go all in, but only if you had like a lot of gold. Like if he had 40 or 50 gold here, I'd probably just roll down to 0. But before they were like 3 off or 4 off, both of them, I would not have rolled because it's too far away. Holy cow, just get Gwen 2. Just like that. It's that easy. Okay, so against this guy, they've been win streaking too, but I feel like with Gwen 2, it's fine. Also, I'd probably switch the power-up. I'd probably take the power-up off a Set and put it on Gwen. In the super late game, which we are in right now, the best power-up holders is 1 range carry, 1 melee carry, and you easily have that here because Gwen is 2-star now. And also, like, fantastic items. But, wow, okay, might have to get 3-star forecast to win this game. That's going to be rough. That's the risk of staying at level 9 instead of going level 10. At level 10, you could have fit in both the Edgelord and the Braum, which would have been huge. It's a more consistent, but going for 3-star forecast is obviously more high roll. But high roll means it's not guaranteed. But yeah, probably switch the power up onto Gwen would have been a lot more powerful. What would I have taken? Also, like on Set, Spiky Shell is good earlier on in the game. I think now it's not good at all. So you want anything that makes him generically tanky. So I think one of the other ones offered was like Regenerative or something like that. Probably would be a little bit better here. Maybe Body Change might be the best one, though. I think you could get that one. But yeah, this Karma is absolutely yoked up because Blue Buff plus Manazane plus Jeweled Gauntlet, that's like exactly what you want on her. So yeah, you kind of just need 3-star forecast to win this. Maybe you could get one of them off a carousel. Let's hope. But yeah, rolled down a little bit too early because you had a lot of life to play with. It's kind of like when earlier in the game you were in stage 4 and you had a lot of life. You greeted by not rolling, right? You could have done the same exact thing here and had a little bit more gold to play around with. All right, so all these items honestly kind of suck. I'd probably take the... Honestly, it probably doesn't matter what's taken here. Not that, though, because you don't need 2 Last Whispers. All right, let's see if Samira happens. Unlucky. Saw all the sets that got sold. So this is probably going to be a second. There might be some weird positioning things you could do. Like, you want your strongest unit to tank the Karma right away. That way, she, like, kind of gets stuck on him. But honestly, they're so much stronger that I don't know if it's going to make that much of a difference. Also, this mech is just so powerful. Holy cow. But yeah, it's mainly just power-up swapping. If that happened, then it'd be, yeah, a lot more manageable. But yeah, get hit there. Like, if you see Samira 3, definitely is comebackable. But unless that specific thing happens, I don't know. Yeah, that's rough. Okay, selling them to roll for stuff. I don't know what we're rolling for, but I guess it's just a FF here. Also, you want to spread out against Jarvan. All the units are too close together right now. You probably want to put Gwen on the edge somewhere so that you don't get Jarvan, because Jarvan AoE stun, very, very devastating. But let's see what he hits here. Maybe Samira dodges it. I don't know. But yeah, you don't want your Viego near your Gwen, because, yeah. Doing a little too much swapping, I think. Like, you should just scout and see where they're going and then kind of swap accordingly. Doing random swapping is good, but you only need to do it in the last couple of seconds. You don't need to do it in the last, like, 10 or 15 seconds. All right, where does the person's Jarvan go? Okay. That's a pretty good Jarvan ult in that it didn't hit the key units. But yeah, just too powerful with this Mana Zane. Okay, second's still good there. Probably could have gone first with a bunch of the econ changes, but overall, like, not too bad. Let's get on into the Platinum game right now. We're going to have Prismatic Prelude, which means that the first augment is going to be a Prismatic one. Don't need to do anything too crazy when this augment happens. Like, you do have to prepare for potential protagonists. Like, the crowns are definitely much more usable than crests. But in general, you still pick units that you like picking or that are strong in the patch, and avoid the ones that aren't, and also try to collect pairs. So the early game doesn't change too much when you know that it's Prismatic Prelude, but maybe very slightly. All right, so we have Ezreal pair, which would be nice. I would not have bought and sold the Kennen. I would have just bought the Ezreal. But even though you want the Ezreal, after buying the Kennen, let's say you make that mistake, I would just hold off on buying and selling anything, and then just put Ezreal and Syndra onto your board. That way you have 2 Prodigy active, and then if you don't get any gold, then you can buy the second Ezreal after selling the Kennen. So just like a small little min-max tip there for the early game, because, yeah, sometimes it does actually affect the outcome of the game. Here, okay, yeah, you could go into easily a Prodigy game. You have 2 Ezreals, 2 Syndras, and a Garen in shop, and Katarina. Whoa, okay, we can't be selling pairs, because, wow, okay. Whoa, okay, we need to hold everything on our bench in the early game. So this is one common mistake, I guess, in Platinum. So you want to hold as many units as you can on your bench, except in the very rare cases where you sell everything for interest, which probably should happen now. Probably sell the Katarina, Kabuko, and the Jin for 10 gold. Just because, like, Katarina is not that important in this team comp, unless you're specifically doing Katarina reroll. But it's not that strong. You need a Radiant item for that to work. For these augments, I like Caretaker's Chosen or Build-A-Bud, or actually Upward Mobility, I think here is the easiest one to play. However, I will say for Build-A-Bud, I don't want to take it in this situation because we don't have many items for it. We can't really build a buddy if you don't have items, right? So normally I do like Build-A-Bud, but in this case, probably not. They ended up picking Caretaker's Chosen, which means you need to save gold and get to level 8 as soon as you can. Do not delay. I only like taking this in high econ starts, so had they made interest earlier, we would have been able to take it a lot easier. So that's one thing to keep in mind whenever we are playing this. Slam to Shojin. Not sure how I feel about that, because you have a Battle Academia start, and Shojin can be used to win streak, but if you're hard forcing Battle Academia, I would say no, don't do that, because you don't want that in a Prodigy build. But let's see what they cook up, you know? I'm guessing they're going to be pivoting into something else, which would make a lot of sense. You could just play this in the early game and then switch to a different build, which uses the Shojin a lot better. That'd be the optimal way to play. But I know in like mid ratings, like I'd consider maybe platinum to diamond, like the middle of the pack players. They often see the first unit they see and then hard force a comp. I mean, that's what I did in all my Smurf games in iron to silver, right? Except the silver game, I did it off the artifact item. But if that is the case here, and I hope they pivot, we do not want the Spear Shojin, and this just comes down to comp knowledge. Okay, they're scouting. They see another Battle Academia player, so they might pivot out. But if you're going something like Caitlyn Jace reroll, that's very possible. But I would not have taken this augment if that were the case, because you want to be level 7 for this comp, and this comp or this augment requires you to go level 8 in order to get the radiant item. So that's going to take like a very long time to do, and you can't use your augment. So you have to fast 8 with this comp. So there are a lot of viable fast 8 comps. Mainly a lot of the verticals are good to do that with. You could even do like a soft version of a fast 9 for like a fast 9 comp, and instead just like go to level 8 really quickly, use the radiant item, and then go level 9 after. Lots of different 4-cost soup comps that you could play. It really just depends on the patch and the meta, but yeah, like getting any sort of econ to make this work definitely helps out a ton because it accelerates your power spike. So with that in mind, in the early game, this player did make a good decision by not leveling up early, because you want to just get as much econ as possible in order to hit level 8 as fast as possible. Like, you absolutely need to do it latest stage 4 2, no matter what the galaxy is. Okay, see some prodigies here. There's the Malzahar. Got the first little thing. I would not have popped this yet, though. You want to pop this right before the carousel round. That way, you're able to see what item you can get and then match the anvil with it. So the trick is, right before this round ends, you pop the anvil, and then you go into carousel, and then you could pick the item after you pick your carousel item, or whenever the time runs out. But you get a good idea of what you can and can't get, and that allows you to get like a free nice little item. You could also just save it until after the carousel round if you don't want to sweat it too much, but you typically should not have popped it there. That's actually like a pretty big mistake. It's not going to lose the game, but maybe costs like 0.25 placements or something like that if I had to guess. So another thing we have to think about is we have this lesser duplicator on our bench, so that means we could duplicate a 3-cost or lower unit, which kind of gets me to want to play a reroll comp instead of the fast 8 stuff. So if there was a augment that favored reroll a bit more, I would have preferred taking that instead. But what did they get here? They got a tier. Okay. Curious what they're going now, because we have a tier and a belt. So I mean, you could slam the redemption, but they also took a 1-cost tier. So unless you really, 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 really need tier for your team comp, I would not have taken that because you got it on a 1-cost unit. And in Prodigies, you typically don't need too many tiers. You just need one of them. It's for Void Staff. But yeah, I guess if you build Spirit Shojin already, you gotta change it up a little bit, do something else. But what are they? Okay, so they're not going Prodigy then. They're going something else. I'm really curious as to what direction this is going in, because they just sold Malzahar, even though it did not make them interest. Personally, for me, I would find some way to get to 30 gold, so I probably would have sold Kabuko and just played 2 Garens if that were the case. That way you're at 30 gold, more money, more everything, and then you get to level 8 faster and get your unlockables. Probably going to lose this round. I'm surprised they actually won 2 rounds earlier, because there's only one 2-star on the board, and it's Ezreal. And don't get me wrong, he's a perfectly fine unit, and he's actually really good with a Shojin early. But with only a 1-cost or a 1-star tank, and the augment isn't helping them win streak, I'm actually surprised that they're holding up. But yeah, 30 gold, very important threshold to meet. I would have sold Kabuko for sure. So we're down a couple of gold already. So in the very beginning of the game, remember during the neutral rounds, I said you want to hold units on your bench. So this player didn't do that, and they also did not make interest. So you need to commit to one of the two in the stage 1 rounds, because you would have had an extra gold here from that extra interest, which would have helped you make another gold. So you're down like 2 gold now, which is pretty crucial, right? perhaps even 3 if we miss interest on a different turn before. So that one little mistake can cost you 3 gold in the early game, which magnifies itself. It actually ends up being like probably like 5 to 10 gold over time. But you also didn't hold units on your bench, which means that you don't get the benefit of getting early upgraded 2-stars. So it's the worst of both worlds, and yeah, we need to fix that in the future. So as long as you don't repeat these mistakes, it's gonna be fine. Like, but that one little error probably is a difference between like a platinum and even like maybe even a diamond player skip the emerald step, you know. But after that, so far, like comp selection, I'm not really too happy about the choices so far, but I'll have to see what they're cooking up because I might be surprised. But when you play Yumi or like Battle Academia, you normally run 5 Prodigy. So you might think like taking the tier here, like, oh, tier is good because we're going ability power team comp, but that's actually not the case because when you have Prodigy, you get so much mana regen that you don't need additional mana regen. So taking tiers is really, 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 really bad. You definitely do not want too many of them because yeah, adaptive's not a horrible item, but it normally goes on a tank in this build, and you build it just to kill off your tiers. So I am noticing that this player is alt tabbing because I see the screen go black. I edited most of it out, but if I had to guess, they're doing some data checks on certain items. But I want to know what site they're checking that says mana items are good in this Yumi comp. Maybe they're not going Yumi. Okay, they're not going Yumi. All right, so still makes me wonder what they're trying to go for. Also, they're rolling on level 6 here and leveled up early on it. I honestly don't know what they're playing because they took Caretaker's Chosen. You have to fast 8 with this comp or with this augment. So after seeing this, I don't know what place they're going to get. It's probably going to be bot 4 if I had to guess, because they also took the Last Whisper off of that item anvil. So are they going Caitlyn? Is that the plan here? Going Caitlyn with Jace? But we don't have many Caitlyn's. We also don't have a stacking augment on Jace, and we don't even have a Jace yet. So I'm really curious as to how this game is going to work out. The adaptive helm isn't bad. Like, you could have easily went into any random team comp with these items because it's honestly pretty flexible. But once you pick that Last Whisper, you're pretty locked into something. Backup Dancers, Glass Cannon, another one. Well, it's definitely not another one. Could be Mace's Will. Could be Glass Cannon. I don't know what comp they're running, so I just have no idea what to even plan for. But if I had to guess, Mace's Will get like a IE with the Last Whisper. And use that, okay. Aggressive. Let's see what the, whoa, roll in for more. Okay, so they have the Jason Caitlyn. I don't know how they're going to have enough money to 3-star these units, and I also don't know how they're going to have enough money to get to level 8. So we'll let them cook. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, probably take Efficient there. Honestly, Critical Threat isn't horrible because you don't have IE, but Efficient's too good, so you just take Efficient there. Yeah, I guess that's why they've kept the Kabuko from before, so that makes a lot of sense. But even then, I still would have sold the Kabuko in the earlier rounds because gold is that much more important than having a 2-star Kabuko, because there are some random stages where you don't run him. For example, when you're level 7, you'd rather just run 7 Battle Academia. You don't want to run 6 Battle Academia plus a Kabuko. But, alright, this makes a lot more sense now that we know what comp they're going. I just heavily disagree with it. So, yeah, this easily could have been a Yumi game if we did not slam Shojin early on. But I don't know why this line of play was chosen because we didn't even start the game with Caitlyn and Jace. So there's no real strong direction to go into this build. And if anything, I would expect Katarina reroll because we saw 2 Katarinas. So I could have messed with that a little. And we're contested, like, holy cow. Like, this is criminal stuff. All right. You know how I said bot 4 before? I think it's at least a bot 3. Somehow, this player is 88 life, so I could see a world where maybe they just survive long enough, you know? It's like in that scene in Tropic Thunder where Robert Downey Jr. in his, like, is just telling people to survive. Or like when Gandalf in the Mines of Moria is telling people to just, like, run or something like that. That's like the state of the game right now. Like, that's the only hope. Win these middle rounds, like win all of stage 3 and some parts of early stage 4 because you have 2-star Caitlyn and maybe a 2-star Jace, and pray no one hits their 2-star forecast on stage 4 roll down. But I think a lot of people will because it was prismatic augment at the start, which means that if anyone took any sort of econ augment, you hit 2-star forecast on stage 4-1 or 4-2 on your level 8 roll down. It's just like one of the laws of TFT, right? Because it's so much econ from a prismatic that you pretty much always hit. So I am scared. We're also not even level 7 yet, and we rolled a ton. So we're at level 6, 19 gold on stage 3, 5. Like, not ideal. Or sorry, stage 3, 4 right now because we're on carousel. But we need a sword here. That sword is on Xayah, and again, they're data checking, but that got taken. Maybe just take the Jace here. But if they're data checking before, why did they take the Garen with the 1-cost tier? I'm really confused by that. I guess get the belt or the glove. Yeah, sure. Because building the tank items on the Garen don't make any sense to me because when you build this, when you play this build, you want all your items on Jace and Caitlyn, but they're focused more on Garen and Caitlyn. So I have to see how this works. I'll let them cook. I know I keep saying that, but every time I see something new, I get a little confused. So hopefully my confusion will settle in a couple of rounds because, yeah, this is not looking too great. Like on the health bars, it looks fine, but it's not. It's fake, you know? It's like when you read a news report saying everything's fine, but then you can't, like, buy anything at the supermarket. Like, things are not fine for you, that is, right? Like, it's two different stories. But they're winning these rounds, which is what I said needed to happen in order for this to work. So I actually respect using the lesser duplicator early, but I would have done that and then went into a fast 8 if possible, because if you could get to level 8 and be healthy, you are set up for like a really, really, really good game. But the game is still young, though. We're on stage 3-6 now, 26 gold. Oh, I would have sold a Kali to get to 30 there, for sure. This person seems to be allergic to making econ. Okay, yeah. If they sell it now, I'm going to be sad. But I mean, like, we don't need the Akali, right? Okay, so here you could, honestly, maybe get Star Student, get some XP, and XP is good because we need money. Like, we're so broke. We're more broke than the average viewer here. I was going to name a country, but, like, honestly, most countries are, yeah. Okay, at least they're using stand. No, do not move the Kabuko up there. You have standalone. Okay, the game saved this player because the time ran out and then could not grief the standalone value there. So that's actually really good. Always remember to use your power-ups, but... oh, wait, I forgot. They removed Star Student from Ezreal, so, okay, our Star Student wouldn't have done anything. But, yeah, probably standalone is better than... I forgot that they removed it. But gets a nice win here, which is very nice. And then in the next neutral round, what do you want? You want a sword, and you want some Jace items. So the good news about the Jace items is that you could easily get enough of them. Also, I would sell Rakan here, get to 50 or 41 gold. That way, I mean, gold is gold. You need a lot more gold than this. But that way you could get a lot of Jace items through this Caretaker's Chosen thing, or Caretaker's Allies. That way you can itemize both a range carry, a melee carry, and a tank. So it is salvageable. Let's see what they get here, though, because mainly it's sword, 2 swords, actually, because you want Starax from the other belt. There's a spatula. Okay, you could go Battle Academia spatula. Probably pretty good. That is a spat and a tier, so that's buildable already. There's another glove, not ideal, and there's a Negatron cloak. So, yeah, for sure Battle Academia spat. I don't think there's any arguments there. And for reforging, do you reforge? I guess you could reforge something. Okay, they're going to do it to the glove. This is not ideal. I'd probably build the Sunfire cape there, save the Negatron for Bloodthirster eventually. Also, like, yeah, not looking so great anymore. But how are there no sword drops this whole game? Well, no, there was a sword drop. It's in the Shojin, but you just need so much more than that. Let's see how they do in this fight. they got another lesser champion duplicator. That's actually huge. You could use that to find the last Caitlyn and finish her off, and then get the Jace possibly too. But let's see how that works out. They end up losing this round. The other person is not actually going Caitlyn. They've switched into Yuumi. So they probably noticed that it was contested and then swapped off. But almost level 7. After this round, I think you could get there. And yeah, heroic grab bag. You're so far away. You kind of have to take it. Water Lotus is interesting because you don't have any crit. And it works really well, synergizes really well with the Mace's Will. So it's either Water Lotus or heroic grab bag. But I'd probably take the grab bag. Honestly, could it also be explosive growth because you need to hit level 8? It's probably just grab bag. All right, level up, roll down, get 3 stars, GG. And then get to level 8, get the radiant item. And do you want to roll on level 8 instead of level 7? Man, this is tough. I'm never in this situation. That's why I'm kind of confused, because I would never put myself in this situation, you know? It's like asking, whoa, you have standalone. Okay, removing that. Oh, don't put it back on the guy. No. Ah, man. Oh, man. But yeah, it's like asking someone, like, if they're really good at League or something, and you're like, oh, what do I do when I'm down like 300 CS? And you're like, I've never been in that situation before, you know? But that's kind of what's going on here. But yeah, you just try to make the best of it. I think you just roll at 7, get Caitlyn 3, forget Jace 3 because you're too far away and you have no items for it, and then rush level 8 after that. I think that's what we need to do here. But whether that can happen or not depends on this roll down. Okay, so there's Jace. Definitely roll here. Nothing so far. Ugh, okay. Absolutely nothing from the team planner there. Not even a courtesy Leona. Okay, so with the second fruit, after using a fruit remover on the Garen, I would have just slapped it onto the Jace and removed the items, put them all on the Jace, because you can use the tank items temporarily, and then once you get better items for him, swap them off. Perfectly fine thing to do there, because once you get a Jace too, it's going to be a lot more powerful. But facing off against a Samira Soul Fighter, they got a lot of pieces, but they have a 1-star Viego with 3 items, so that's not that good. So you could probably win this one, but I guess you only have 2 items on your Caitlyn. 2.5 pretty much just means 2, and you're not sniping the backline, so this fight's actually going to be pretty bad from the looks of it, unless you get some nice AoE kills. Is Yuumi going to carry? Yuumi might carry. Nah, this Viego's too much. Wow, never mind. Yeah, wow. No way you won this fight. Holy cow. That is huge. Absolutely huge. I don't know how that fight was possible, but it was, because Caitlyn was hitting nothing the whole time. I know she's dealt a lot of damage, but look at Ezreal. Ezreal actually carried, considering he has no items. Okay, you absolutely need a sword here. If you can't get sword, what should you take? Maybe a bow? Because you have a belt. Maybe you just build a Warmog or something if you can't get a sword. Luckily, the sword's on a 1-cost unit, which means that other people will not want it. And that is going to be the case here. Okay, bailed out by the carousel. That's absolutely huge. This IE changes literally everything. So, yeah, build the IE, roll down, get 3 more Caitlyn's, triple Nico, and then rush level 8. You don't need the Kabukos. Okay, there's Caitlyn. One more. It's pretty easy to find this 3rd one, right? Or the 6th one. Don't need that. Yeah, just keep going. Maybe pause here. Okay, good. They paused. Okay, very nice. Yeah, you're at 77 lives, so you're not like that desperate yet, but soon. Soon you will be. All right, facing off against Gnar with Archangel, Red Buff, and Gambler's Blade. I can't deny I have never seen this build before on Gnar, but they're also level 6. They're not doing a fast 9. They did Aatrox reroll. Okay. So, yeah, obviously we win this one. Wait, they have the Shimmer Scale augment, and they're still level 6, 20 gold at this point in the game? Holy cow, I wish I could see what that person did to get into that situation. Because normally when you get that Econ augment, the Shimmer Scale augment, which gives the 2 Econ items, you normally have like infinite gold. So I'm curious to see what happened there. Oh, do not roll here because you just need to wait one more round until the neutral round. So I would just hold off on that. Also, here you could put in Leona and sell the Rakan. And that way you could get 7 Battle Academia, but also get the 2 Bastion in, which is pretty nice. No, stop rolling, stop rolling. See, like we rolled, we hit, and we're not even going to triple Nico, so that's like a complete waste of time. I think they're getting baited into thinking that they can afford to get this Jace 3 as well. You can only do the Caitlyn right now because you need to get to level 8 to get your Radiant item, so unfortunate there. But I think the Radiant item is more important than getting Jace 3 here, considering you're so far away. If you were closer, then yeah, I'd say go for both of them. But here, I think just triple Nico the Caitlyn. Well, first of all, don't roll. Roll after the neutral round, and then triple Nico Caitlyn, and then go level 8. But we still do need swords on this next round. Oh, 29 gold. Man, we're missing a lot of gold this game, aren't we? So do not roll. Just no. You could still get it in your next shop or off the neutral round. They drop champions. Okay, you gotta be more patient. You can't get too hungry because if you wanted to do this, you should have done it last round to hit the person you're facing harder. So always keep that in mind whenever you're trying to Nico stuff or roll during neutrals. It's like you can still get what you want in the next shop, and you also can get them dropped from the neutral round because they often drop champions. But let's see if you get Jace items. So doesn't look like it so far. I definitely reforged the rod. You could probably use red buff on something. Not ideal, but it's doable. Don't forget you are getting another item later. Oh, it's a sword there. Okay, so Warmogs, red buff, Jeweled Gauntlet. Yeah, I guess you could Jeweled Gauntlet the Yuumi. Yeah, red buff's pretty good on her too. She's a pretty good spreader of it. She's like a super spreader. Leveling up now. Yep, good. I would go for maybe Giant Slayer. Yeah, probably. Wait, did you reforge all your items? Whoa, that's so risky. Oh my god, that is risky. All right. Is this salvageable? Just get Star Student or something. Star Student's pretty good on Leona. Living well. I mean, yeah, all those 3 options are whatever. They're not like super different. I think Star Student's a little bit better, but not the end of the world for any of those 3. Okay. So did a triple reforge. Never do that because it's just way too risky. You can maybe do like a double reforge if the items are really bad, but those items were definitely playable, so I'm not too sure what's going on. Okay, item swap's fine. Yeah, who's using this Nashers? No one, right? So you're just doing Caitlyn 3 with Yuumi carry. You know, honestly, this team ended up shaping up decently. I'd get rid of the Rakan, though. Probably play something else, play a sniper, and then I'd say we're good to go. So you could probably fish for that now because we don't need gold anymore in this game because we already reached level 8. We got all the bonuses we could have gotten from Caretaker's Chosen or whatever this augment's called, the prismatic one. Jeweled Gauntlet actually is a pretty good item because you have Mace's Will, so that's actually a pretty good Yuumi item. So Yuumi can cook here. I would say, yeah, this isn't looking too bad. So he swapped the power-up on Leona to Resistant. Resistant's pretty good, probably better than the other one, but nothing that's going to... Varus for Rakan, and then it's GG. Oh no, what are we rolling for? Leona 2, Yuumi 2? But we need Sniper. Honestly, yeah. Any sniper, okay. This player is now voicing their frustration by throwing Leona all the way around the map, but I know you're missing Leona 2, and it's stage 5-3, but the reason why you're missing it is because you just had no econ all game. Like, you can't really fault Mortdog for that, so if you're cursing at Mortdog, I'd say it's like the wrong time to. There are much more valid ways or more valid times to blame him for stuff. I don't think this game would be a good example of that. Not that we should, but if you had to, you know. But, okay, maybe Caitlyn snipes the back. Almost. Okay, nice, she did. But yeah, see, Leona 2-star would not have even changed the fight here because She is the last one to die. But Sniper may have changed things because 2 Sniper, it doesn't seem like that big of a bonus, but this Rakan's not doing that much. And wow, maybe 2-star Leona would win this. Could she win this duel right now for some reason? Like, holy cow. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. 2-star Leona is the difference, maybe. I don't know. She doesn't do that much damage, so it's hard for her to kill the Rakan there. And the Rakan with the Archangel stacking probably would win. But let's see what you get off this carousel. You want maybe, I guess, some tank items for Kabuko because he's got the little Battle Academia emblem. That's the thing. Like, you don't even need to run Kabuko here because you're not using Jace carry. The reason why you run Kabuko in Jace Caitlyn is because he's a heavyweight, but you don't care about heavyweight because you have a 2-star Jace, so that's not even going to do anything for your team. Honestly, out of these items, like, yeah, BT probably the best one to take, though. Probably just drop it on Jace anyways. I'd put the Nashers on him, too. Like, you can't ask for specific items, and, like, Nashers, I know it's not that great on him, but, like, it's going to do much more work than whatever Ezreal's doing with this, so I'd probably swap the items around a little bit. Jinx or Sniper. But, okay. 66 life. You know, I was wrong about the placement of this game. I said bottom 3. Well, 2 people are already knocked out, and with 66 life, you'd have to get really, 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 really unlucky to get bottom 3. Actually, I don't even think that is possible. They might top 3 this game, actually, surprisingly. But I really don't think that should have been the case because we're down, like, essentially at least 50 gold this game, maybe more, because of rolling at wrong intervals, not making econ properly, and that definitely builds up over time. Also, that reforge, the YOLO reforge, 3 items, like, you never, ever, 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 ever do that unless you literally have 3 useless items. If items are any bit usable, I'm talking, like, let's say you have a tank and you have adaptive helm, that's usable. You know, it's not best in slot, but it's usable. If you have a caster, and let's say Nashor's Tooth is a horrible item in that patch, if you have a caster, a mana user, like, Nashor's Tooth is going to be better than the average outcome. So if the item is any bit usable, just keep it. The times you want to reforge full items is, let's say you are a full ability power comp and you have a Death Blade, then you reforge it because literally no one can use it, so literally anything is better. But if you have, like, Bloodthirster on a tank or Sterix Gauge on a tank, that's probably going to be better than most outcomes for other tank items because you're probably not going to get a best-in-slot tank item with the YOLO Reforge, especially on 3 items. It's just really, really risky to do. So, yeah, I personally would not have done that, but hey, we're free to do what we want to do, right? That's why we call it life. They're actually going to top 3 this game. Maybe dare I say they win this game. There's 66 life right now, so it's at least a guaranteed second. No, that's crazy stuff. There's no way this game is a second. I guess it is. I know it is, like, platinum, but I thought that it would be different this game. Obviously, it's a 1-game sample size. That's why you have to tune into these video series every single set, so subscribe if you have not already. But if we compare this to the previous platinum games that we've reviewed over the years, I think this one was played out a little bit worse. But I don't think they got particularly lucky in terms of RNG to make up for that fact, but I could be wrong. I think the other players that they're facing this game performed much worse than they normally did. That's my guess if I had to fill out, like, a lab report on this little experiment, right? There's more stuff. Could have sold those for gold, but it's okay. Gold doesn't matter as much anymore. See, I'm not too disappointed in gold mistakes in the late game because probably take Sterix here because it doesn't matter, right? Or actually, taking Guardbreaker would have been very interesting because you could have moved the Last Whisper onto Jace and then put Guardbreaker on the Caitlyn, which would be good because you get damage amp. Normally, she doesn't need that much damage amp because you're running Sniper with her, but we don't have Sniper this game, so you need to get damage amp from something, right? But ended up with the Even Shroud, even though we already have Last Whisper, so I definitely don't agree with that. The Sterix Gauge is one of the best in slot items on Jace. So I don't know what this player's data checking. I'd actually be really curious to see what's happening on their second monitor when they alt tab, because they've been alt tabbing a bunch this game. I've just been editing that part out because the screen goes black when it does. And I just don't know what they're checking. On teamfight.lol, they definitely would not show this. And on BunnyMuffins.lol, like I definitely would not have shown like the random item slams as well. Like, so I just don't know what's going on, but we'll have to see. But another thing to keep in mind is guides are great, and copying them is great for basic needs. But if you run into a situation like this game where you have Caitlyn 3 but Jace 2, you have to know when to adapt. Like Kabuko is only played as a heavyweight because it assumes you have Jace 3 star. So this is one of the times where you need to deviate from the guides and kind of go for other things instead. So adding in Sniper, for example, would be a great add. And then since you have an extra unit slot from the Battle Academia spatula, maybe you go for a random legendary and go for like Zyra instead. There are a bunch of other things you could do like to fill out your traits, but I'd say those would be the two things I would add in this particular game since I do not have a Jace 3-star. Another interesting thing to consider is maybe go for a Rise. Rise gives mana on auto attack for his mentor bonus, and both Caitlyn and Yuumi want the mana because you're not running 5 Prodigy, so Yuumi actually does want a mana item when you're not running 5 Prodigy. And then Caitlyn, with the Rise, you might be able to replace the Spear of Shojin and play a different item instead and have her deal more damage. So a couple of different weird techs you can do. So we always have to kind of improvise, even if you do follow a guide. Guides are great in the beginning of the game, just to get an idea of what you're trying to aim for, but always adapt to in-game situations. I'd say that's like the most important skill. Like, it's like cooking, right? You could follow the recipe, but if your onions are rotting or whatever, you can't use onions, and maybe you use the shallots that you have instead. Like, it's a perfectly fine substitute. Like, you have to adapt to your situation, but yeah, you just have to be actively thinking the whole game. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's looking like a second place. This guy is pretty strong with the Darius 3, Kabuko 3, Smolder 3, almost a Jace 3 as well, and they're collecting poppies on their bench. Yeah, there might be a way to beat this. I'm actually not sure how, though. Like, they even have an extra item on their item bench that they're not using, which I think is crazy. So off of this, you definitely want... Ooh, you could go Sniper Emblem. That way you don't have to play the Sniper unit. Could also go for maybe Prodigy Emblem. Prodigy Emblem doesn't seem that bad. Either of the emblems, I think, are okay. If not, Adaptive Helm is probably fine. Ended up taking a Quicksilver because they didn't pick fast enough. Uh-oh. Well, that's not what you want. Yeah, just drop it on Jace. It is what it is. And then, can you level up to level 9? What would you even add? I mean, you would add all the other stuff I'd said before, but what would this player add? That is the question. Also, why do they have Garens on their bench? Okay, I honestly don't know what they're rolling for. Bears? Oh, no. Jin? Nope. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Another interesting thing to do is instead of running Rakan and Kabuko, you don't even have to run Sniper. You could run something like 4 Bastion. You know, 4 Bastion probably would provide a lot of tankiness to the Leona. And also, we have to keep in mind, we need to put our Leona in front of his Darius. That way she is the first to die. Because when she's the last to die, you're going to get rocked every single time. So, yeah, there still is a chance to come back from this. The enemy is Spoils of War, so that is a little bit dangerous. But I think maybe, like, the fights are actually not that one-sided. They're only one-sided due to the positioning. But if you get rid of that, like, the fights are actually pretty close. So with those extra added synergies, oh no, they just hit Jace 3. So maybe it's not possible anymore. But even then, like, I don't know, there still could be a chance. You just have to kind of lock the Darius. Like, I wouldn't do this positioning against that team comp. This Split River Moses positioning is normally good against range carries, and this person's doing melee carry. So all you need to do is just put your Leona in front of... also, when you do this, always put your strong units on the same side. You don't want them on separate sides. If not, you kind of get your carries hit a little too early. But yeah, this is... Yeah, could be better. Could be better. Yeah, after the Jace 3, I don't think this is comebackable, actually. So I'm going to fast forward a bit, go to the last fight. Off of the last neutral round, we get an item anvil and maybe, no, you don't need Sunfire Cape because you already have red buff. So they doubled up on 2 items, so we're essentially down 2 items, which is bad. Down 3 items because of the Nashor's Tooth, 4 items because of the Quicksilver. So that's not ideal, but yeah. The items alone isn't the reason for the loss of this game, or the second place of this game. Definitely could have won this if you played a different comp, played towards your augments, and kind of made a lot more econ in the early game. I know it does suck because you did get contested, but down like 50 gold the whole game and not going the correct comp definitely helps, or definitely hurts you a lot. But I think if you fix those, you easily could get to maybe diamond. Now for the Emerald game, we have a start where we start off with a 2-cost unit, or a 2-star unit, and we have Malphite here. So Malphite is a very good champion to get in this galaxy or portal, whatever you want to call it, because we could go crew very, very easily. Like, there's a Sivir from the drops there, so unless we get completely horrible items, I'm guessing this is going to be a crew game. I don't mind just hard forcing it from here. Crew is always going to be a great solid option for beginners. If you are below Emerald, this game is in Emerald, but if you are below Emerald, then this is going to be a very, very, very good comp to play because it's very easy to play. It's very good to play. As long as you're uncontested, you could pretty much play it in a lot of games if you have a any bit okay start for it. But with the sword and now a chain, that's looking really good. Wow, another Sivir also. Yeah, this is, if this isn't a crew game, I don't know what is. Also have the Gnar in for sniper, that's not bad. Rakan in the shop for protectors, so we could easily buy the Sivir and the, oh wow, scouting. No crew, no crew. Doesn't look like anyone is crew, so that is your sign, okay? There's some like memes out there or trends out there where people are like, oh, this is your sign to do whatever, right? But for TFT, this is your sign to go crew. Like, sell maybe some of the Gangplank and buy this Rakan, and you are going to be good to go. Shojin, also very good. So upward mobility, no. Spoils of War, probably not. Spoils is okay. Like, you could realistically win some rounds here. 9 lives out of all these, or expected unexpectedness, is probably what I would go. Or you could do going long. There's very interesting strategies with going long and Hustler where you just take it, spend all your gold on rerolls, and then sometimes you just get Malphite 3, Sivir 3. The one difference between going long and Hustler is that going long gives you XP, so it can be a little annoying for a crew, but I haven't tried it personally. I've seen Hustler do it, but Hustler's very good, but I assume going long probably is okay with this, even with the added XP, because you'll just be level 4, and level 4 still has really good odds for 1-cost units. Not as good as Hustler, but I would assume it's good enough. If anyone's ever tried it, let me know down in the comments. But yeah, 9 lives, can't really complain about this one. It just gives you a bunch of loot. You probably will end up losing a couple of early rounds. It depends on what items you slam and stuff, but you could also just end up winning a lot of these, which is perfectly fine too. Like, I find that doing big loss streaks or big win streaks with 9 lives is preferred. I mean, I could say that about every single strategy, but especially with 9 lives because it's amplified, because you could lose by 10 units or 1 unit. You still lose 1 life, right? So you have to use your losses strategically. But with this start, I think it is possible. They took Atomic for the power-up. I don't mind that one. Obviously, you want to re-roll it later on for something like Standalone, but Atomic could be good because Malphite is decently tanky up front. Here we get a Sivir 2, so yeah, you just chill here. Wait till stage 3-1, and then roll down the majority of your gold. Get Malphite 3 or Sivir 3, whichever one first, and then you just start hitting your D key every single time you can. So that way you get all the crew units, level up slowly through the crew passive, and then you get your Ziggs 3, and you are more than golden. So we're facing off against, Wandering Trainers. Bastion and Prodigy, that's a good combo. The Luchador, not so much, but Bastion and Prodigy, you could easily do some Battle Academia build. You could go like 4 Bastion, 5 Prodigy, 5 Battle Academia. That sounds pretty good. I wonder what extra Bastion you'd run. Oh my god. You could run Braum in the late game for Luchador and Bastion. Wow. Okay, that's actually like a pretty good Wandering Trainer. So if that guy can pull it off, I would expect him to do actually pretty decently well. But good job winning these first couple of rounds. Again, you either want to lose big or win. And right now they're winning, so that's the perfectly well executed 9 lives in my opinion. Alright, sell these, get the extra Malphite. We're missing Protector, so you could sell the Zac and the... Okay, perfect. No, I would have taken Rakan for Protector. It gives you a second tank, so it allows your Atomic to pop off a little bit better because you could let your Malphite die first and then have your Rakan tank while everyone groups up around the dead Malphite, and then it explodes. So I would put the Rakan down a square, or maybe all the way on the left and then move Malphite to the left 1 square also, just to make sure Malphite gets targeted first. Because sometimes when you run Atomic and you have no more tanks left, the opposing units sometimes just walk past your backline or your front line all the way to your backline, and then sometimes they miss the Atomic. So a little bit of a balance you need to use when you are playing this power-up. I personally love this power-up. I think it's pretty strong, especially in the early game. But it definitely depends on the comp you're running. But it could help you do a lot of win streaking because, yeah, it does a ton of damage, like 700 damage from that explosion. Like, it only hit one guy, but if it hit, like, 2 more people or 1 more person, maybe it out-damages your Sivir, which has items, which is funny because Malphite does not have items. Here, you're in a weird situation. I'd probably take the Negatron Cloak just because you're able to slam, like, a Besson slot and keep your win streak going. But the thing is, the Cloak is on a Garen. So Garen, 1 cost, not the most appetizing. So yeah, Sword probably pretty good there. Sword is going to be good for Sivir for Infinity Edge. That's another item you want. Yeah, I don't mind this. I don't mind this. Sunfire Cape could have been a decent option, but you definitely want to save this chain for a Gargoyle Stoneplate because that's by far Malphite's best item. So yeah, taking the 3-cost sword, I think that's probably the best option here, even though you are on a win streak, because the win streak is by no means guaranteed, especially because you're doing a reroll comp. You're not going to be pumping gold into leveling, so you're going to be facing some level 5s, and even if you are upgraded like we are right now, no guarantee you're going to win. So yeah, sword probably pretty good there, but if there's a 3-cost Negatron, maybe I take that. I'd probably play the Nico over the Kennen here, just kind of sell the Kennen. Some people, when they play a lot of the crew builds, they like going for a lot of 1-cost 3-stars, but I find that the non-crew 1-cost 3-stars don't really do that much because you're not itemizing them. Like, yeah, they're nice if you get them for free, which they probably will, but I'd rather prioritize winning the round by playing Nico over the Kennen just because, well, Nico is just a better unit than Kennen. I don't think it would have made a difference here. Probably would have lost anyways, but perfectly fine outcome. Get the first cash out bonus. Let's see what they get. But yeah, 9 lives is a bit tricky because, again, you want to lose big. You can't always force that, but probably in stage 3 they are going to lose some rounds if they don't hit on their 3-1 roll down. Okay, let's see what we get. A Kale, don't need that. Yeah, just sell it immediately. Got a Sivir. Okay, this team isn't looking too bad. Shen's also not bad because he is a crew unit, but I don't prioritize holding Shen's. I know you could argue like, oh, you could play the Kennen while also saving the Shen, but the big power spike for crew is Ziggs 3. And when you get Ziggs 3, you'll automatically get Shen 3 as well from before, like unless something crazy happens, because it's easier to get a 2-cost 3-star compared to 3-cost 3-star, right? So I don't need to save Shens on my bench. I'd rather just play the Nico to try to win a few more rounds. But obviously, again, last round would not have changed anything. Okay, facing off against a Soul Fighter now. Was that expected unexpectedness from them? I like that augment a lot. It's just really good value. You kind of have to flex a little bit with it because sometimes you don't know what you're going to get. I mean, that's the whole nature of the augment, right? Like, you're supposed to get something that is technically higher value than most other things, but it might not fit specifically to what you're doing. So there is a risk, and you need to know what you're doing when you play it. So I'd say as you get better and better, all those like random augments, they become better because when you are a better player, you'll be able to manage the randomness a little bit better than when you were worse. So it's always good to know which augments are beginner friendly and which ones are more advanced friendly. I don't even know if advanced friendly is a word, but I'm using it now, sue me. So here we have 50 gold, level 4, 6 out of 10. So we'll probably have like 60, maybe 65, depending on how much gold drops here next round. That's a lot of gold considering we have 5 Malphites. This player is collecting Jins as well, so yeah, you could easily do the Jin reroll comp with the crew. Don't have to. I think regular crew on this specific patch is better, but it always depends on the patch. Okay, so 61 gold. Let's do the roll down. Also have Infinity Edge, which is really nice. So they're not using the team planner. I would like to see the team planner being used. Skip to Ziggs there. I definitely would have held on to that unless they plan on just going all in on the Jin comp. Yeah, sure. Slam this Bramble. Why not? But it's for sure Infinity Edge. Also, I'd roll down to 30 here. You don't have to, but I prefer it. I think it's really good to take advantage of the level 4 odds. There's actually like a pretty decent chance they just get Malphite 3, especially with the lesser duplicator. But yeah, I am curious as to why they skip Ziggs. Maybe they are just going hard on the Jin. We'll have to see what they're going to cook up. So I wouldn't go Jin now because you already built the Shojin. I prefer the Sivir and Ziggs version. If you had Infinity Edge and like a Deathblade or a Giant Slayer or something like that, then I would go Jin. But in this case, I'd probably just do the regular crew thing. So skipping Ziggs, that's the biggest power spike. More important than Shen. Maybe they just didn't see it. But that's why it's important to use a team planner unless you're like really, really, really familiar with the game. You might see some streamers who do not use team planner or like some players who play like 800 games a set. But unless you're doing that, I highly recommend doing the team planner. Could be buried treasures, honestly. I don't really like tiny but deadly. Belt overflow. This one is okay. I wouldn't say it's something that I would immediately take. The reason why... Whoa, why are we rolling past 50 this turn but not last turn? I guess they are going hard for Jin. Okay. I would have preferred to roll at the previous level down to 30 just because it's easier to get Malphite, which then in turn gives you a lot of free rerolls. But I guess that's fine. Also, I would stack 3 items on the Malphite right now because 3 items equals 3 items. As in my fundamentals video, you just need to 3 item everyone as much as you can, right? And then work on the next person. You could always use item removers, especially when you're playing something like crew, like you're not swapping carries or main tanks that often. So using a remover there by putting double Warmogs on Malphite, I think is definitely well worth it. So just one thing to keep in mind there. So they are going for the Jin comp. They're ditching the vertical crew. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's fine. I already said what I said about it before. I'd say if you had better items for Jin, I would definitely go for this a little bit harder. But now that we know what comp they're going, it's interesting to think about their augment choice of the belt overflow. Normally, you take belt overflow if you do not have tank items or if you have a comp that could really make use of the extra health pretty well. For example, Bastion is really good with the extra health because they get a lot of resistances from their trait and you get a lot of effective HP when you add health to that. But in this case, we had one tank item. It's not that we were in an emergency to get a lot more tank items. I feel like some of the other options might have been not that much better, but like a little bit more preferred because we might get item clogged right now. And when you are playing crew, so there are 3 different ways to play TFT. One of them is to concentrate power into 1 or 2 heroes. And when you play that style of team comp, you want like Radiant and Artifact items. The next style of team comp that's most popular is one where you want to spread power amongst everyone. In that case, having like a crap ton of items or having like combat augments is really good to have because it kind of powers up everyone and kind of spread the love. But if you want to focus on the third one, which is what Belt Overflow is pretty good with, is the middle ground between the 2 styles of comps that we just talked about, where you just focus on maybe like 4 units. And Belt Overflow is good for doing that because you're able to get a lot of, or like full items on like maybe 4 units, sometimes even 5. And we kind of do want that in the crew comp. The one difference I would say is that we want 3 itemized damage carries, such as Sivir, Jin, and Varus. And we don't need like 2 tanks itemized. We only care about Malphite as our tank. So for example, like Kennen with 3 items isn't going to do much for us. He's just not that pivotal to the team comp. So if we had instead like a Battle Academia comp where we have Yuumi as our main damage carry, Malzahar or Seraphine as our secondary carry, and then we have 2 tanks up front. So we have Cassante and Leona. Then we have a balance of 2 and 2, in which case Belt Overflow, if we don't have any tank items, really helps itemize 3-item Cassante, 3-item Leona. However, in this comp, like we just care about 3-item Malphite. We don't care about 3-item Kennen, like, or whoever else we're gonna place in the team comp. That's why I would have preferred to see Buried Treasures, and then you get kind of a mix of both tank and damage items, which is fine. It's like a better exchange there. And that's why I also wanted to go for the Ziggs comp, because in case you get AP items, maybe they're afraid of that, you could just itemize the Ziggs or the Twist of Fate. So I guess like even in the Jhin comp, you could still go Rageblade, right? Rageblade's okay on Jhin. It's not like the best, it's not the worst. It's still doable. But you could pretty much still use every item. The only argument I could see for Belt Overflow is if you need the immediate power. If you are like 10 streaking, and we weren't, right? Like I know they're 5 streaking right now, but we didn't know that back in the day, right? Then I probably would have been like, yeah, sure, take Belt Overflow to kind of guarantee the next couple of wins. But I wouldn't have mind taking Buried Treasures there. I guess you could argue we do have 9 lives, so you don't want to take losses here. You want to save them for later. But, I mean, if you take 1 or 2 losses, you get the cash outs anyways, and then you're able to blow through whoever. So you're not going to lose, like, that many lives if you lose here. But I think the value from Buried Treasures in the long run kind of outweighs the immediate power of the Belt Overflow. But it's not the end of the world, you know? Like, this isn't going to be game-ending decision. Like, it's still a fine augment. I just think there would have been something slightly better. All right, so here they're facing Caitlyn. Gonna get sniped. That sucks. This is one of those awkward comps where Malphite with Atomic actually doesn't do that much because... Oh, wow. Never mind. He did. Because he dies last, right? Because Caitlyn snipes your backline. But this fight was so close. Holy cow. It could have gone almost either way. But... that really hurts. But Caitlyn just dodges your Malphite, so then his tankiness doesn't mean as much. A little unlucky on matchup there. But yeah, here you just want to spam the D key and use it to level up. So there's another Jhin in shop. So they're not going... okay, so they manually leveled up. Yeah, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. But they're rolling here. Are they... what are they rolling for? Because if it's not Jhin, then who are they trying to... are they going back into normal crew? Is that what's going on? I am not entirely sure what's happening. One other thing with the tank itemization is the reason why I like double Warmogs on the Malphite is because he gets super duper 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 tanky. And you want to put dedicated tank items on your main tank and then put the utility tank items on your off tank. So I would have much preferred to see the triple pure tank items on the Malphite and then the utility on like the Kennen or whoever else you're playing as secondary tank, just so you concentrate all the tanking power on your team into the Malphite. Okay, so they are going Ziggs. But they skipped maybe like 2, maybe 3 Ziggs before. I forget how many. It was at least 2. So I could forgive skipping the first one because like sometimes you just don't see it. But the second one, I thought they did see that one. And then they go back into this one. Okay. Well, for me personally, from the very beginning of the game, I would have fully committed to the vertical crew comp just because of the way the items dropped. We had Shojin to slam at the beginning of the game. You can't play Jhin when you play Shojin, right? But then they bought a lot of Jhins and then sold them. So I'm not too sure. Evil Beyond Measure isn't too bad here. It's not Climb the Ladder because you only run 5 of the trait. I think you need more than that to make it worth it. We don't really need more items because we already have a ton. So you don't want exclusive customization or Psychic Forge. Best Friend's not the best augment, but maybe it might be better than Climb the Ladder. Because again, like we don't run that many of a trait. We're only running 4 right now, and once we get Twist of Fate, that's 5. I'd much prefer to get, like, if you're playing a Soul Fighter comp where you have 8 of a trait, then it's good. If you're running 7 Battle Academia, then Climb the Ladder's good. At 5, I don't think that's worth it. 6 is, like, arguable where I think it could go either way, but I think in this specific game, okay, where are they getting? I guess Regenerative. You want Standalone. I've never tried the Space Camp one, but maybe it's fine. Another thing I would do here is I would have put the red buff on the Sivir. The reason why is because I want to, again, 3 items equals 3 items, concentrate all the power on the Sivir, and then once we get a better item for Sivir, then we could swap the items over to Ziggs. So would have preferred to see that. We also need to get rid of Solar Breath, so we could probably use a remover for that because we have a red buff, just to make better use of the power up. But let's see what they get in the shop here. They get another Ziggs. Okay, just keep rolling, just keep pressing the D key. Eventually, you'll hit the Ziggs 3, and then that's your super power spike, get the Twist of Fate, and good to go from there. It's good that no one's even like sniffing a contest right now, because sometimes people run Malphite to run Malphite in the early game. It's just what they randomly hit. And other times people are running random Sivers because they're playing Gnar. But luckily for this game, none of that sort. Yeah, I guess Tankzilla. Man, they're really not getting standalone. That's crazy. Did they like remove standalone from Malphite? I know they changed some stuff. I'm like 99% sure Malphite still has standalone, right? Like, I'm not crazy in thinking that. But yeah, Ziggs is actually doing decent work. But the attack speed, obviously very good on him. I think attack speed is a much better trait on Ziggs than on Sivir, or sorry, better stat. So even with that though, like, it's just so important to stack a unit with 3 items, just because that's how TFT works. TFT loves concentration of power instead of spreading it out. So whenever you have less than like 6 items, they all have to be on 2 units. So let's go into the next thing. There's a Varus there. You could just go ahead and take a Varus. Is there a Twist of Fate? No Twist of Fate. There's a extra glove. Belt would be good because then you could build Guard Breaker. But it looks like they're going to go for the Varus. Okay, they're going Jeweled Gauntlet. I mean, you could do Jeweled Gauntlet also for the Ziggs. Was there a bow? There probably was a bow. Like, Rage Blade, red buff, maybe preferred on Ziggs. So I might have gone for the belt here just to get the Guard Breaker, or just like a bow and greed the item for Ziggs. Keep in mind, you do get some more items from the 9 lives cash out, because we haven't really cashed out anything. We only lost twice, which is a good thing, right? Because then you get it a bit later. So it's going to be weird to work around those items. We'll see what drops, though. But yeah, it's a little awkward right now just because we're running a 1-item tank and 2 2-item carries. Probably would refresh the Solar Breath, though, because you might look at it as wasting a power-up remover because you want it on like Twist of Fate later on, right? Or even like the 3-star Ziggs. But I think just getting the wins now might be worth it because, I mean, Solar Breath just doesn't change the fight because we have the red buff, right? Like, I mean, it'll hit more targets, but we're kind of down an item when we're doing this, so it doesn't feel good. I think it's worth a reroll. And when you do that, you could get something like Sky Piercer, which is really good for this comp because you deal both types of damage. And I guess we have Even Shroud already. Maybe Sky Piercer isn't that great. But normally I do like Sky Piercer a lot in this build because then you save yourself 2 items. You don't have to build the Even Shroud or like a Void Staff. So it's pretty good. But rolling down now, got the Shen. 1 off Shen 3, but pretty far from the Ziggs. Like, that's why I really did not like skipping the Ziggs before. Also, I'd probably just roll twice here, just get to level 7. Screw it. Because, yeah, just playing an extra random unit probably would help a little bit. It won't be like that crazy, but anything's better than nothing, right? Also, might want to pick up Janna's, go for Protector. Not Protector, for Strategist, because running the Strategist package in this comp is pretty good with like Jarvan, Janna, who else, like Ryze. It's just complementary to Ziggs a lot, and then Ziggs can be your main carry later on, because he uses the Spear of Shojin decently. I mean, he's not the best user of it, but like eventually Shojin goes to Twist of Fate, but in the interim, if you happen to get early 3-star Ziggs, you could just drop the Shojin on him. But Shojin definitely more suited for Twist of Fate. You could also leave it on Sivir. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but normally I move away from Sivir as my carry when the game goes later and later. But yeah, definitely pick up Janna here, so they get that. I'd probably just roll a little bit more. Another Janna. Okay, there's Shen. So just need Ziggs now, but really, really, really far from it. I don't know how this game's going to go. So 6 lives is pretty good, but what placement would I kind of guess here? Let me know your guesses in the comments. But if I had to guess, maybe like that's the thing. Like sometimes if you hit Ziggs 3 late in the game, you still lose every game because everyone's spiked already. Probably Rageblade here. Both Twist of Fate and Ziggs can use it. Yeah, I don't see why not. Belt? Wait, what are Nashers? I mean, I guess you could go Nashers. I think Rageblade's better, but Nashers isn't horrible. Okay, let's see what they get. They get another Ziggs. Beautiful. Because again, you could always, if you don't want the Rageblade on Ziggs, you could always put it on Twist of Fate, right? So no matter what, someone's going to be using it. That's why I kind of like that item. Okay, they're running 3 Protector right now. Yeah, you don't really need Kennen when you run this comp. I'd prefer the Strategist package, but you could also go for Protector. Run like a Cassante. Both are viable. It depends what you're hitting that game. But yeah, some games when I'm playing crew, like if I hit a late Ziggs 3, it doesn't actually spike me because it happened too late in the game and then I lose anyways. So I really can't guess what place they're gonna get this game. If like you put a gun to my head and force me to guess, maybe I'd say like 5th, but it obviously depends on matchups and roll downs and whatever random crap that they get. Not entirely sure what to take there. Yeah, maybe Space Ace. Sure, why not? Is it time to try to get standalone for Malphite? Because he has Tankzilla right now. I don't really like Tankzilla that much in this build. And they're kind of solo frontlining him without a stone plate, so that's also pretty rough. Also, I'd probably roll down here just to go for Ziggs 3 because you're only 2 off and you need to spike early because you don't want to be losing rounds for free when you could have won them, right? And right now, people aren't like too scaled yet. So the Ziggs 3, even though you don't get all your cash outs from the 9 lives, I think it would have been a little bit better. But let's see what happens. All right, rolling down. Oh my god, they got a Rageblade. So not really punished for that. You could just remove the Ziggs, red buff, put it on Sivir. No, but he uses red buff too. You really just need the Twist of Fate and the Ziggs 3. Yeah, just roll down for it. Go down past 50. I would do that 100%. Just because you're 1 off, you know? And then you get the rocket ship, and then things go a lot better. You know, I just noticed they are running Space Ace without everything 3-starred yet. Like, Space Ace is going to be better when you have more 3-stars, so I probably would have picked something else in the short term and then try to swap it later, because you might always just swap it onto your power-up onto Twist of Fate anyway, so I would have gotten a more immediate power-up. Yeah, this one, they're facing a Kale with Gambler's Blade. Okay, able to win this one, so they're getting at least... Oh, wait, what? I thought they were winning this one. Holy cow. See, these are the types of losses you don't want to take with 9 lives, and Ziggs 3 would have changed that, because that was a very close fight, and yeah, oh my god, Twist of Fate on Carousel. Yeah, just rush for that immediately. Don't look back. Probably put Rageblade Nash. Oh, unlucky. Guardbreaker. Guardbreaker's not bad. Could also do Spear Visage. Okay. Warmog's not horrible either, but I think Guardbreaker's a lot better because you have 2 crit items, and adding that like bonus crit item to either of your carries is like really, really, really good. So yeah, I would have preferred to see that. Like, you don't care about your Shen having 2 items, right? Like, that doesn't mean anything. Okay, this little component anvil definitely can help. Okay, there's Ziggs 3, perfect. Probably just level up manually, yeah. Swain is in for, what is he in for? I guess Bastion and Sork. Yeah, sure, that works. I don't think it's that helpful, but better than anything else in the shop. Definitely, yeah, pop this. Yeah, Redemption or Spear Visage, probably fine. All right, so 3 item Shen, 3 item Malphite, but like the Shen's not doing that much, you know, so it is what it is. But the Zig should be popping off now, so I'm excited to see what this little Space Ace thing does, or Space Camp thing does, now that everything's 3-star. Yeah, like this power spike, it is a little late than what I'm used to when I play this comp, but we are in Emerald, so people don't spike as early as in higher levels. But yeah, okay, they're fifth now. Can they top four? Definitely. Oh, they already did top four. Okay. Out of this, though, I don't think they're getting second or first. If I had to guess, it's probably a third unless they get something insane from their 9 lives. Like, they have to get something very exact. Like, they gotta also hit Twist of Fate as well. But this Twist of Fate is gonna go so hard because they have a Rage Blade already. So you already have, like, very, very good Twist of Fate items. But we'll have to wait and see if it actually happens. I'd probably use my free reroll right now. Yeah. But you don't really need to roll for anything else quite yet. I would wait a bit because the next upgrades to your team, it's literally just Twist of Fate. And rolling for 1 copy, I guess you could kind of find it with 30 gold. I would have scouted first and seen what other people are going. You do not need these Lee Sins because if you're playing him for, let's say, Executioner, because I noticed that this player was looking at their extra traits that they didn't fill yet, you don't care about Rise. Rise is being sacrificed in the front line, so it's just inconsequential. So I would just sell these Lee Sins, collect the extra interest, and go from there. By the way, one thing I noticed that this player did that is much better than all the other players we've looked at so far is that they're managing their econ pretty well. Like, they have a lot more, like, I haven't been drilling them for, like, missing 10 gold, 30 gold, or even, like, 50 gold, like some of the other players we were looking at. So that's what they're doing well. I think in terms of itemization, they could do a lot better, but in terms of gold management, it's, like, pretty good. So here, what do you want? I guess Thieves, yeah, sure. All those items were whatever. And when you have so many 3 stars, like, yeah, Thieves Gloves, it's going to find a user for something. But yeah, just sell these Lee Sins. You don't need them. Like, just go all in for Twist of Fate. Twist of Fate 1 is going to be better than anything you could be playing here. And you go from there. Okay, what item drops here? We get... maybe you don't pop it yet. Roll first. See if you even get Twist of Fate. Sure, just complete that. So they completed the Swain, but then played Lee Sin. I would have just not completed the Swain. You also don't really need this Gnar anymore. I know he's 3-star, but okay, Vow's a pretty decent item. I wouldn't use my item removers. I just roll down for Twist of Fate right now. Yeah, because Gnar's providing Sniper, but, like, you're not carrying Sivir anymore, right? I mean, she does have 3 items, but as soon as you get a Twist of Fate, you're probably swapping the items over onto Twist of Fate. So you eventually don't need the Gnar, so I would just roll hard here, all the way to 0. I don't think anyone else is playing Twist of Fate, which is good news for him. But gonna get a nice juicy cash out for this next loss. I think this round is a loss. They just popped their Ascension, and then Varus is gonna go hard. Yeah. I mean, this is a decent time to lose, because you get your cash out now, and it's actually like a pretty big loss. So let's see what happens. I mean, you just need Twist of Fate. Roll to 0 right now. Keep going, keep going. You gotta go fast. When you're just looking for 1 unit, you should go, like, as fast as you can. Like, you don't have to think too much. You just have to look for yellow units. Unlucky. Okay. I guess you pop that on Jarvan. Giant Slayer, Rage Blade, either or. Yeah, sure. Item remove. That, yeah. And then put the... No, Giant Slayer on Ziggs. Okay. Yeah. Maybe this can win. If they can steal a win here. Also, like, positioning's pretty bad. They've been getting wrapped, like, almost every round. So Sivir's been taking a lot of abuse from a lot of other players. But they would have lost this round anyway. So I think, like, augment picks could have been a lot better. And then itemization could be a lot better. It is unlucky that they did not get Twist of Fate, though. So if they did, they probably could have placed a lot higher. But I'm sure you can see already, right, like, the difference between plays between Emerald and Platinum and Gold. Like, the Emerald player had much, much better econ than all the other players. Like, I wasn't really yelling at them that hard for it. But we're going to go into the Diamond game now. This game should be interesting because normally Diamond's that elo that everyone kind of gets stuck at. People really want to get to Masters, but it's weird because, like, I think I talked about my tinfoil hat theory before. I think climbing in Diamond is harder than climbing in Masters 0 LP because I don't know, all the games I watch of people that are in these 2 ratings, like, I'm like 88% sure that the Diamond games are harder. I have no idea why, but maybe it's because the Masters player are trolling or something like that. But we are in the Power Snacks galaxy where the second Power Snacks comes out earlier, and this is really, really good for reroll comps because you get your Power Snack earlier, so that means you could put a power up on your main tank and one on your main carry, like a whole stage earlier. So it really, really favors reroll comps because all the fast 8 comps, like you don't have your main carry until like stage 4, right? So it's not gonna help out your early game that much. But if you're going to reroll comp, like definitely beefs up your people. So for example, if we wanted the last game to be like Malphite and Sivir, you get that on stage 2-6. So all of stage 3, you have your 2 main carries powered up the whole time. If you're doing like, I don't know, Kaisa and Rammus comp, like you get those 2 people beefed up really, really early. So lots of different options there and a lot more power to reroll comps. So just keep that in mind when you are playing this portal. I'm not saying hard force a reroll comp, but it is maybe like half a tier higher than it normally would be. So what augments do we want here? Probably, I mean, you could go ticket. You could also go radiant items. I love radiant items, but Living Forge, can't argue with that. You could get some really OP Forge items. Like all those options, I'd say were takeable. So let's see what they go. They want to do a crew game. I would pop my Artifact Anvil before buying and selling units. So they get Gambler's Blade, Mittens, Unending. Okay. Not the best options. Not going to deny that. If you don't have a Rage Blade, I don't really like Gamblers. It probably was Unending Despair because we have this Malphite we could play around. And then you could just use that and place it on any tank item in the future. Like Poppy is insane with Unending Despair. But this is kind of like a knowledge check that some people might fail. So yeah, it probably is use it on Malphite early. He uses it pretty decently, and then eventually swap it onto Poppy. Who knows? Maybe you could just keep it on Malphite the whole game too. Maybe that isn't too bad, and then do like another crew game. But for sure, you easily could have just hard forced like the Star Guardian comp with the Poppy because she uses Unending Despair like pretty well. I think she's the best holder of it. But you can't argue too much with the Gambler's Blade because you are one component off a Rage Blade, so you could end up doing like a fast 9 with this. Probably possible. But yeah, that Living Forge option was not ideal by any means. Like, no one likes getting the tank items because you can't just like super hard force a best in slot on your carry. But out of those options, like, yeah, I think that would have been the best one. So it could be a crew game. You got the Sivir 2, Malphite 2. The Gambler's Blade, it could probably be decent on Ziggs. Maybe you could just go crew. Obviously, this is a different player than last game, so lots of different stuff can happen. Someone else got Living Forge. What'd they get? Oh, no, sorry. That's Build-A-Bud. But yeah, compared to the other Prismatic Augment, which gives Gambler's Blade, like, the Shimmer Scale one is so much better than this because you get the other one early, the Mogul's Mail early, and that one just farms infinite gold. By the way, I probably would just buy the Sivir. There's no reason not to, right? Unless you're really keen on making interest. But I probably would have just played it for the next turn. So even if you don't make interest, I think it's fine because you have all the pieces for your next turn. You have 4 units that all synergize with each other and they're all 2-star. Like, come on. That's like the dream right there. But I guess not. We'll have to see why. Because you could just do Sivir with Rage Blade, Gambler's Blade, and then use that to farm a lot of gold, and then eventually switch it onto Ziggs or Twisted Fate. Oftentimes with Gambler Blade in the late game, you just reforge it into a random artifact. Sometimes that could be done too. But yeah, I thought this was a crew game, but I guess not. We'll have to see what they're gonna go with this. Yeah, with the Gamblers, you'd normally just do Gnar into Fast 9, and then you play it with like Mundo. And Mundo in the mid game with Gnar is absolutely devastating to most teams. Got a tier here. You could also slam the Protector's Vow because I think on this carousel, I'm probably going to go for a bow. I don't know what else this tier is going to turn into. Interesting. Archangels. I wonder what comp they're hard forcing. So they have Protectors. They could go for maybe a Kog'Maw. In which case, either Archangel or Shojin is fine as the other 2 items with the Gambler's Blade. You normally want to go Kog'Maw with Bastion. Protectors is also fine too. Like they're both good, so it depends on what you hit. This game they hit Protectors, so you go Protectors. I do notice they are holding the Rel on the bench, but yeah, I guess they are just gonna hard force this Kog'Maw. They have the Lulu on the bench already, so they have wow. This Gambler's Blade farmed like 4 gold this turn. That's absolutely bonkers nuts. But okay, what do you want on this carousel then? I guess sword or tier. I'd probably go tier because if you get 2 swords, you don't really want that. But if you get 2 tiers, you could always use one for like a defensive item, either Spirit Visage or Protector's Vow. There might be Adaptive Helm also. But yeah, 3 cost tier. Oh, someone took it. I'd just take the 1 cost tier here. You could also go the Negatron Cloak or the Chain Vest. Yep. Build a Bramble. You could do like Bramble Declaw on someone. Wouldn't be too bad. Honestly, yeah, you don't even need that tier this early because you could go for a bunch of other offensive items later on because you already have 2 of them. So yeah, balance it out with a tank item, perfectly fine there. And you're also on a win streak, so you want to slam items. But here, do you want to just sell this Gnar and put the items on Kog'Maw? I think so because there's an Archangels on Gnar. I don't think that does that much, right? Gives him a bit more attack speed, but yeah, I think just sell this Gnar, run the Kog'Maw, call it a day. I don't know what this extra Rakan is going to be doing because you're just running 3 protectors. So honestly, just running the Kog'Maw for the resistance shredding might be worth it anyways over the other person. I guess it helps you stack your Archangels more and also gives you more Gambler's Blade value because you're running more tanks. That could be argued. But in that case, I think Kog'Maw might farm it faster than Gnar. I know the AP on Gnar gives him more attack speed when he hits the same target. So, yeah, is this some hidden tech that I haven't heard of, like the Archangels on Gnar? It might be, honestly. It has been farming a lot of gold, so I can't like fault the player. Yeah, sell the stuff for interest. The 3 cost person, the Malzahar, and the Ezreal. Probably not doing any sort of Battle Academia game this game with these items. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you just play this Kog'Maw. I guess hyperactive maybe. Get even more attack speed. That way you get even more stacks from your Gambler's Blade. The attack damage obviously is good too, because that's if you want to win the fight, but I think you just want to get as many Gambler Blade procs as possible. But yeah, I for sure probably would have played Kog'Maw here. I know 2-star Gnar is 2-star, but you could also just sell him for guaranteed interest and go from there. Here I would set up my team planner and also decide hard if I'm going to go for Protectors or for Bastion. Because Bastion is slightly better if you look at the stats, teamfight.lol for that, but like this game you have 2-star Malphite, 2-star Kennen, and a Rakan already, so it's kind of obvious which one to choose there. But winning this round means you want to sell the Rel, go up to 40 gold, or I guess you got the extra proc off the Gambler's Blade, never mind, do not have to sell. But yeah, next round I definitely start playing the Kog'Maw, because you have the power up already, you could get something cool on him there, see what happens. Ooh, pair of Kog'Maws. Okay, and the Janna. Yeah, definitely just drop the Gnar. Okay, yeah, click Kog'Maw, sell this, put the items on Kog'Maw. I mean, Kog'Maw just uses the Archangel so much better, right? It'll help you win rounds, even if he might stack less. He might not even stack less, but here I'd probably take Hat Trick. You could easily use that to win streak with. I think it's definitely well worth it on Kog'Maw. It's a very interesting option to take on him. I think this little overlay is kind of baiting him into taking the high tier ones because I don't get that overlay because it's recommending it recommended something for Kale. It's like, yeah, it's S tier on Kale, but we're playing Kog'Maw right now, so I don't see how that helps anyone. This is why I don't really like overlays that much. They're kind of not relevant sometimes and just confuses people. But yeah, here just level up. You want to get to level 7, roll for a Kog'Maw 3, Nico 3. Okay, yeah, just remove, and then I guess you could use Bestis Boy for a while, even Surge 66, get more stacks, get more attack speed. Or you could just re-roll this one again. Yeah, I'd probably just re-roll it again. If you get, like, Caretakers is the best one, but getting, what's it called, Fairy Tale, also pretty decent. So there are a lot of different options you could kind of choose. I definitely would kind of risk it for the biscuit there. Scouting around, I don't think anyone else is going Kog'Maw. and you have 2 of them. So even if someone else does look like they're going Kog'Maw, unless they have like 4 of them, you're going this no matter what. And you have the Gambler's Blade to farm gold, so you'll have more gold than anyone else. One thing I have noticed, again, is econ management a lot better in the Diamond and Emerald games. I think that's like the easiest thing to improve on. Like, if we were watching the gold player, for example, if I remember correctly, they were like rolling on level 6 for 3 cost carry, which worked in previous sets, but this recent one, not so much. Screw it, Silver Destiny, YOLO. Lit Fuse seems interesting, because you could solo backline that. Yeah, I think just Destiny here. Destiny's just good. Oh, wait, but why would you not re-roll the other one? I mean, Pandora's is also fine, because you do want, like, perfect items for people, but I feel like Destiny is just a little bit more useful. You could get screwed, don't get me wrong, right? You could get Golemify, or the one where you get like a random emblem and then you're pretty sad, right? But the chances of that happening are pretty low, and you're not like super committed into this comp anyways. You could easily just play any fast 8 comp because you have so much econ, and you have this artifact anvil that you're gonna cash out on at the end of the stage. So you were not forced into this comp yet. So I think I would have just taken Silver Destiny, YOLO, get the extra gold, and whatever augment you get is whatever augment you get. Okay. Yeah, normally if you were playing crew, for example, and you spent gold into rerolls, then yeah, don't go Silver Destiny. But even then, you still could use it if you want to risk it for the biscuit. Depends on how bad the other augments are. But yeah, I would have just risked it there. You were by no means committed to anything, and you probably would have done fine this stage, even if you got a troll augment. There's Janna, very nice for Protector. Just missing who? Nico and Cassante. And then you're good. Yeah, sure. Yeah, run that guy for now. Gives you Mentor, pretty good boost. Do you want to stabilize? No, you're probably going to level 7 next turn and then rolling down there to stabilize. They're pretty healthy. They're like, it's Prismatic Lobby, and they had Gambler's Blade as their augment, and they've only lost 1 round. So that's like a huge good high roll outcome. So if I had to guess, they'd probably go like top 2, top 3 this game. Definitely at least top 4. They'd have to like seriously miss their Kog'Maw roll down for any other outcome to happen. But you know, I've been proved wrong before. Remember, like one of the really early games, I said like, oh, if they don't hit this, or if they don't get their 4 costs for free, like they're really screwed. But then they hit their 4 costs for free, and then they like got first or second. That was like the Soul Fighter game, I believe. So anything can happen, right? But like from the looks of it, they're getting a lot of Gambler's Blade procs. They have 2 Kog'Maws already. They haven't rolled once, and they're uncontested. And they're like so healthy, despite having a econ augment to start the game. So something seriously wrong has to happen for this to to get messed up. So since they have Pandora's items, I just get the most expensive unit here, probably like the Jarvan or something like that. You could run Jarvan temporarily because he gives strategists with the Janna, and Jarvan's just like a solid unit in general because he AoE CCs, but people are picking that off, so probably just go for the Yasuo or Senna for 3 costs, and yeah, that's all you really need. Ooh, they go for tier to get the item value right away. I mean, you could do that, but I feel like I'd get the gold here because you're going to get the tier eventually from Pandora's, and you lost your win streak, so I don't think you'd need to protect it that hard. I guess one argument for slamming Shojin right away is that it might pay off in the short term and the long term, because maybe it gets us a little bit more gold from gamblers. Yeah, maybe we could go with the Shojin. I just don't know how much it speeds it up because we need to get 2 gold before we get our next tier. And since we're going into the neutral round and we also have this Pandora's chopping stuff up every single turn, like I don't know, I feel like we're gonna get it pretty quickly. But I've been trolled by Pandora's before. I can't fault this guy for going for the guaranteed item, but yeah. All right, because you have to keep in mind, I know it gives more attack speed when he casts, but how much more is it giving? Sometimes it could be a lot, but sometimes, okay, looking at the fight, it's a lot. Okay, it was Shojin. Holy cow, that got a lot of gold. Obviously, it's like it depends when it triggers, right? Because sometimes you could attack a lot, but it doesn't trigger. But it was definitely triggering that fight. So maybe I'm wrong on that. So next items we need to focus on are the Nico items. We have the Bramble already, so you need to scout to see if you need the Dragon Claw. Getting like a Warmog's probably going to be pretty good. Even like Steadfast Heart is probably good. Lots of different things you could get. Protectors do get a little durability when they're shielded, so you don't like absolutely need the Steadfast, but since they are holding onto this glove, it's going to be hard to get rid of without spending an item remover to reroll it on the Pandoras. But yeah, so scouting around now, there's like not too much magic damage that I'm seeing. Wait, is someone else going Kog'Maw as well? Someone else is going Kog'Maw as well. Uh-oh. I think it doesn't matter though, because we have a much better economy built up and we have Kog'Maw 2 already. Yeah, it doesn't matter that they're also going for it. Like we're probably gonna hit first. And I think we have more health, so yeah, it's looking really good for us. Like obviously, like it's not looking good because we're contested, but what I'm trying to say is it's not as bad because they shouldn't be going for this. Like they're just griefing. All right, what do we get here? Tank item, or maybe another Kog'Maw item. Uh, I I think unending. Like you need a tank item, and I don't know who's going to use this Infinity Force. Like you're not going to put it on Kog'Maw. He's already got 3 items, so yeah, you just need the tank item. You need a balance between what you need and like going for super best in slots because you already have 3 items on Kog'Maw. Like I know you can reforge the Gambler's Blade a little bit later, but oh, are they just taking Trinity Force and then rolling it on what's it called on the thingy? I'd also probably save some of these defensive items because that's what you're building next. All right, so they got Mogul's Mail. It's a little late for Mogul's Mail. Like, it's still a fine item, but if you're going to roll it, I'd just keep rolling it. Yeah, Warmogs is good. What else can they build? Nothing too much, but yeah, roll a little bit here. Screw it. Now is the time where you scout the other Kog'Maw player really quickly, and if they don't have too much, just roll to 0 because you're only 2 off, and hitting that Kog'Maw 3 and Nico 2-star is a huge, huge power spike. So they go for another Archangels on the Janna. Yeah, sure, why not? Saving the bow, I don't know if the bow is that necessary. I'd much rather get like tank items because you want Nico 3 items and you want Cassante items. I don't think Janna's as important, but I guess you could kind of use it. I much prefer itemizing the tanks though because you just need your tanks to live for your Archangels to stack. So itemizing like another Janna isn't going to help as much compared to like getting Cassante items and the other guy items, Nico items. But let's see what augment they get. You need to pick the augment quickly and then roll down really quickly because, yeah, scout the other guy. He probably has like 4 Kog'Maws. Yeah, there's 4 or 2. So, yeah, I'd just roll to 0 here. Ooh, trifecta. Go in. Beautiful. All right, picked it quickly. Roll, 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 roll. Doesn't get anything there. Go fast, go fast. Because you have to hit it before the other guy. Rakan, Janna, Kog'Maw. Okay, go all in now. All in now. Okay, they're not going all in. Yeah, I would go all in here. Okay, perfect. Yeah, because you're contested, you can't risk them getting it. Also, like, you could get Nico 2, you could get Cassantes, you're still missing Rakan 2. There's, like, a lot of stuff to roll for there, actually. So, oh, Unending Despair is good. You should just use that. Like, it's really greedy to, like, skip over this. I know you want maybe, like, what's it called? The Flicker Blade or Dawn Core. I think Dawn Core is probably the best one. Like Static Shiv, probably really good. Even Lichbane is probably solid, but you can't get that greedy, you know? Just like, if something's usable, just take it. Because you could be rolling this for like 5 turns during stage 4, and stage 4 is the most important time of the game. You don't want to be rolling your Pandoras in stage 4. That's why like taking Pandoras is normally not good on 4-2 because it's too late in the game. Like you don't have time to re-roll it. You're going to be losing too much life. The only time you'd take it on stage 4-2 is if you have like absolutely horrid items on your team, but we don't. So yeah. Is Deathfire Grass good enough? No way, right? Like that doesn't sound that great. I know it's an AP item, but you don't need it that badly. All right, yeah, put everything on Nico, sure. Like, these tank items are pretty good. Can't deny that. Isn't too much AP, so you don't need any magic resistance. I like Tankzilla here. Tankzilla is really good when you have a lot of tanks because it pretty much guarantees that you get the 15-second resolution up. But man, this artifact item just chilling on bench for so long is really tilting me because I'd expect this mistake from like lower level players, like being greedy for like perfect damage items on Kog'Maw. Because don't get me wrong, like Dawncore Kog'Maw is absolutely insane, but there's so many artifact items that exist in the game that you're probably not gonna get it. I know there are other ones like Static Shiv and Flicker Blade, but like tank items are good too. I don't know why people have this hatred for tank items. Unending, perfectly fine on the Nico here. But let's see what they roll. Like at this point, you have to go something insane on Kog'Maw, like the Dawncore or Flicker Blade. But yeah, I don't know how many artifacts there are, but there are a lot. So you just can't go greedy on it. So what item do they want here? I don't think there are any spare item components, right? So you just go highest cost unit and just roll with it. So probably the Leona then. Oh, they have a bow on Janna. Getting red buff would be really good then, because then you get some anti-heal, which is what you need on your team. So hopefully they get that. Very nice. Okay, so they have their anti-heal taken care of. They just need Cassante items now. I mean, you could go for third Janna item, but like I don't really care that much about Janna. See what I mean? You're going to get the attack damage items, the melee items now, and it's like they just don't help your team at all. Like you're rolling through too many things. So the first tank item or the first AP or attack speed item, like just take that in. We just happen to get the tank item this game. It is what it is. It is what it is. I wonder if Wit's End is good on Kog'Maw, because Wit's End gives like lifesteal, which he doesn't need, but the other effect of Wit's End, which is on hit damage, is pretty good considering he attacks so quickly. Also, I think you actually want to item remove the Kog'Maw on the neutral round and roll the Gambler's Blade, because it's late in the game now. You don't need the gold anymore. So the Gambler's Blade would be much better as like any other item, like either one of the OP Kog'Maw ones I talked about or the tank item, because it's literally like a half item in the late game, and we are approaching that. So probably on stage 4-7, I would just re-roll it just to see what we get, because yeah, we don't need gold anymore. Like we're rich enough. Okay, redoing the power up. Yeah, sure. Fairy Tale. Yeah, Fairy Tale is good enough. I probably wouldn't re-roll it unless I have like 2 re-rolls, and we're not going to get that until stage 6-1. So by that point, you're already guaranteed top whatever. But yeah, this game, it's looking like at least a top 3, as I was saying before. Like they would have had to get really unlucky on their Kog'Maw rerolls, but they actually got really lucky instead. So maybe even a top 2 from this game. We'll have to see. It does suck that they don't have Nico 3 and probably will never get it. So you want to play around your Cassante after that. Cassante 2 would be the main tank, and then you play around like maybe some random legendaries, like Zyra 2 would be pretty cool to use in this build. But yeah, this Kog'Maw is going absolutely ham with the Fairy Tale. Look at all the fairies out there right now. It's like I can't even count that high because I'm a TFT player. I only know how to count to 50. So yeah, like re-rolling this item though is just really, really suspect. Another Gambler's Blade. Okay, now remove it. Okay, perfect. This guy knows the tech. Yeah, just re-roll both of them. Like, you will get something useful, right? Like, okay, yeah, sure, put it on Ezreal, fine. But they're probably going on Kog'Maw. I guess he's thinking if he gets 2 insane Kog'Maw items, then he could put both of them on Kog'Maw and then put the Archangels there and then put the Shojin on Janna. Okay, yeah, you know what? That's actually a good play. Just put them on the Ezreal and wait a little bit. That way you potentially save a remover. It's like a 1 in 100, but, 1 in 100s do happen in TFT because we play a lot of games of this nonsense. Okay, let's see what they get. Sniper's Focus, I mean, that's usable. You could play Jarvan. I don't know if Sniper's Focus is... I mean, you just have to use it, right? You can't not play items in stage 5. Gamblers might have been better than Snipers, but it is what it is. Okay, they go for Glove. I guess they're going for Thieves Glove on Cassante. I would have just itemized him as, like, full tank. But, yeah, this one... Why do you need the bow on Janna? I don't think Janna's that important. Yeah, you have to just use that thing. Wait, yeah, why are they splitting the items here? Because you have Pandora still. All the components You just want to roll for the Thieves' Gloves as quickly as possible. Like, this bow on Janna is not going to change any fight. But, yeah, you need to just focus on tanks here. Like, I'd honestly re-roll the Archangels on Janna. Like, the red buff is perfectly fine. But once you have Fairy Tail, that's, like, a lot of damage on your team. So you just need to survive. So everything you have in all your resources just need to be devoted to getting better tanks. Zonias, is that good enough on Kog'Maw? Like, okay, yeah, that has to be, right? Yeah, I'd remove, just put Zonias, Snipers, and Archangels on Kog'Maw. Wait, I mean, okay, yeah, it's just really greedy. You're just down essentially a gold augment when you play like this. So in stage 5, you can't afford that. Like, in stage 4, you already can't afford that. In stage 5, it's like very hard to do. Wow, that person also hit Kog'Maw 3. How did the other person hit Kog'Maw 3? I don't understand that at all. We hit Kog'Maw 3, and then they had like 4 Kog'Maws at the time, but they still hit they're only, what, 18-3 cost in the pool, so they would have to spend a lot of gold to get that. I don't know if that's like, if they had duplicators or whatever, but that is really, really hard to hit. Holy cow, Zonia's coming in clutch there. I think they would have won without the Zonias, though, anyways, but it's still cool to oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, it's worth it. No, I'm kidding. It's not worth waiting this whole time. But yeah, you remove the items from Kog'Maw, put the Shiv, Archangels, Zonias on him, and then put the Shojin on Janna. But for some reason, they put the bow on Janna, so I don't get that at all. By the way, Shojin is technically the better of the 2 items between Archangels and Shojin. The thing is, like, Janna already has a Archangel, so you don't want to double up on that. That's why I want the Archangel on the Kog'Maw instead of the Shojin, but it's not that big of a deal. Because, again, you don't care about Janna. Like, I don't know why we itemized her in the first place, because she's not 3-star. Even if she was, you'd rather have your Cassante 2-star itemized. So, yeah, especially in this build where you're trying to ramp up. I guess we don't have any more ramp on Kog'Maw, but like even then, you just need tanks for this build, and like our front line was paper this fight. We only have one real tank, which is a 2-star Nico, which isn't that great at this point in the game. So maybe it's looking like a 3rd unless something crazy happens. All right, get maybe a Vow here or a Steadfast Heart, Crown Guard. If there's a lot of attack damage still, like the Bramble would be good. Any of those 3 tank items would work out just fine, in my opinion. I don't think there's too much of a difference between them. I'd probably just go for the Vow here. They go for Crown Guard, yeah. I mean, that's good too. I like Vow, though. But we're just trying to itemize Cassante. I would have just slammed the Steadfast on the Cassante right then and there because, well, you have enough items for him now. Wait, why do you need Void Staff? Kog'Maw already shreds. Okay. Yeah, in case you didn't know, Kog'Maw shreds magic damage and physical damage, and the other one, Smolder, gives anti-heal already. So whenever you're playing one of the Monster Hunter units, you just have to know that they already have a lot of effects that you want. So don't overbuild them, and yeah, don't grief your item slots for it. And yeah, this Cassante is going to be a little sad. He's almost 2-star too, so hopefully there's enough time to get 3 items on him, because that's really what the team needs. They need him 2-star, and I'd probably roll here, by the way, just to get 2-star tank, because, yeah, this 2-star Nico, it's just not enough to sustain the team. Honestly, the Zonias is doing more work than anything else. Holy cow. Zonias with Fairy Tail is a really good combo. Are we seeing this right now? Like, you just end the fight, and you have like a 1.5 or 2 second window. I forget how long Zonia lasts for, where you just have all your little fairies just completely destroying everyone. That's fun to look at. Okay, rolling now when there's right before PvE and they won the last fight. So I don't think you should roll like right now, but rolling the turn before is good because you didn't know if you were going to win the next fight, right? Also, I would have held on to the Nikos. Oh my God. Jesus. They had birthday present, rolling for days, and then invested ++. Okay. What if this Zonias cooks and kills him? No way. Would have been cool, though. Okay, so guaranteed not first. That's for sure. What else do you want? Okay, it could be a third though. Maybe a second. I mean, now the game just depends on who faces a Twisted Fate guy the most. But here we get the Janna. What item do we get here? Light Shield or Innervating, probably fine. Like even Indomitable is fine. Yeah, all three of those options are fine. Like again with the tier list thing on these, they're showing it the tiers for champions that this person doesn't even have, and the only reason why Indomitable is S tier is because it's played in Crystal Gambit, and those lists are like data generated, right? And they don't consider the fact that it's only good because it's played in Crystal Gambit, and when you get 7 Crystal Gambit cash outs, like of course your stats are going to be good, right? Because it guarantees like I think Flicker Blade and Indomitable unless they changed it. So like the stats on the item are just overinflated, which yeah doesn't make sense in an overlay because you should have taken Light Shield Crest because you need more tanks for your team in my opinion. But let's see what the roll down shows. No Cassantes. Okay, that's pretty unlucky. There's a Zyra though. Should probably play Zyra. Yeah, just get Warmogs. Item remove, perfect. Drop those all on the Cassante. Put Crown Guard on first because at the start of the fight you get an effect. Luckily they were able to do it fast enough, but sometimes you're a bit slow, so that's why you want to put the Crown Guard on first. Definitely pick up the Zyra. You might play her. And they're against the Ziggs player. Wow, this person's going crew and they got 0 Twisted Fates because the other guy got 9 of them. That's quite unlucky. Okay. Looking like a maybe even a 4th here. No way this is a 4th. All right. Yeah, I guess just roll. Get this Cassante too. You have to roll a 0 every turn. You're just trying to live as long as possible against the other people and pray you don't face the Twisted Fate 3 person. Are you actually going to remove Fairy Tail? Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. You're just praying for caretakers? I would have actually saved those, and then once I got Cassante 2, probably switch over onto the power-up onto Cassante. Okay, this matchup, Kale 3, level 9. I think you could win this one. Their Varus has like pretty bad items in my opinion. And they're also going 6 Wraith with Rage Blade, which doesn't actually scale that well because the fights don't last that long. But it depends when the Zhonya's procs. Oh, beautiful. That's a 3rd place. I don't know if you could do better than 3rd place though. Even with like matchup RNG, I think the other non-Twisted Fate 3 guy is just a bit stronger. But maybe with, okay, Cassante 2, very nice. Yeah, he's the crew player. Man, the crew player without Twisted Fate did this well. That's nuts. But we're going to go into a duel right now with the other guy. And I guess you should scout and look for positioning things to do. You want to be anti-Jarvan, so you want to spread people out. Probably move the Janna a little bit away from the Kog'Maw, just so that Kog'Maw doesn't have a chance to get stunned. Maybe on the first cast, there's guarantee no way Kog'Maw gets stunned, but on the second cast, maybe he could, based on this positioning, but you just want to watch out. And then you want to place your Jarvan on the side of their carries, because sometimes he's still, like, if the other player placed their Jarvan all the way to the right-hand side, there's a chance he could stun Kog'Maw on the first cast, like, because that's where a lot of units are. There are like 4 units there. So unless he finds a place where he could stun 5, like pretty good chance of that happening. But yeah, just not enough front line in this team just because no Nico 3. It's not his fault because Nico 3 was contested. But definitely could have played around the Cassante a bit better. But overall, 3rd place, not bad. Decently in line with the prediction. But yeah, hopefully everyone learned a lot from all these videos. You can always submit your games to be featured in some of the future ones. But I think we all saw the big difference between each of the ratings. But I think one common theme amongst all the ratings is that you honestly need to go to BunnyMuffins.lol to figure out what team comps or what champions and items belong on which team comp. I think that's like one of the most important things. And if you want to do data checking, like Teamfight.lol, like that other person, I don't know what site they were data checking, but there's no way it was one of my sites because they're building like really wrong things. If you have any questions, let me know down in the comments or on Discord or anywhere else. But thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video.